Good evening. We are calling this meeting to order at 5 o'clock. And we are moving on to 1.02. And I just wanted to mention we do have the Board of Trustees ground rules and the 2022 board vision. And it's just agreements that we made as a board. And I'm just reviewing them. I know we have Trustee Pachowski who's new to us. And so just if you didn't have the opportunity to review them, make sure at some point just take a look at them. And this is something which really helps to govern our meetings. And with this, 1.03, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda.
As presented.
Thank you. And now we move to 1.04, changes to the agenda or any consent items to be pulled. Trustee
Torres?
Chancellor.
Sorry. I'd like to pull 8.02 for a procedural issue.
8.02, Trustee Lichtel. Okay, thank you.
Chair Torres, may I please pull 10.02, 10.07, 12.01, 12.03.
Okay, Trustee Chancellor, I have 10.02, 10.01, 12.01, and 12.03. Okay.
Chair Torres, I'd like to pull 8.01 simply for the purpose of adding my name to the others present, since I was here as trustee elect at that point. That'll allow me to actually vote on that on the approval of those minutes.
Okay.
I'd also like to pull 11.01 and 11.03.
Okay, so I have Trustee Pachowski who's pulling 8.01 and he would like the minutes amended to include him as present at that meeting. And I have 11.01, 11.03. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. With this, we move on to 1.05, public comments. Are there any public comments for closed session? None? Okay.
We'll go get them. Give you a chance. Big deal.
Okay. We have Erika Ruiz. And after Erika Ruiz, we have Kenya Galdames. No. Still sounds a little low.
Hello? Oh,
Okay, there you go.
okay, thank you. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the district's decision not to permit remote work during the closures of certain district schools during the wildfires and the power outages. The beginning of the semester is typically a high stress period for many students as they adjust to new class schedules and navigate decisions about course registration. The decision to not allow any online services to support these students during this critical time undermines their ability to receive essential assistance. This decision is in direct contradiction to the guidance provided in the Chancellor's Cabinet email dated September 13th, 2024, which emphasized a commitment to making student-centered decisions and ensuring that alternative worksite arrangements serve the best interests of our students and do not compromise the quality and support and services we provide to them. By limiting access to remote services, the district has in effect failed to uphold these principles, leaving students without the support they needed during a crucial period. I urge the district to reconsider this practice and adopt a more forward-thinking approach to remote work options, allowing for remote work services to facilitate a smoother transition during future campus closures and ensuring that we continue to prioritize the needs of our students without compromising the quality of the support they receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika. And now followed by Kenya Galdames.
Chancellor, and members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Kenia Galdames, Ventura College Counselor. On October 7th, 2024, multiple counselors across all 3 colleges sent out an email to the Chancellor and the district office in response to their decision to end the remote work pilot program, which ended in December, by the way, and this is the first semester we don't have it for a long time, after a long time of having it. To counselors' surprise, and against evidence, survey results, it was seen to be a non-student centered decision. The district decided to stop what our students need, and the district refused to adapt to the changes of time. In that email, we asked for transparency and more information on the current assessment phase. So at this point, the district, on the last email that we received, said that they were going to be assessing the results as of last semester. We have not received any results. We also provided more data regarding the efficacy and efficiency alternative work mode offers to our students, and provided a list of community colleges that continue to offer multiple work modalities to its employees, again, for the benefit of the students. I like to share my own statistics I have been collecting, like many other counselors in our schools, in the past few semesters regarding the modality rate in our counseling appointments. You guys can see them on your closed session public comments. I typed in the rate. As of this semester, which just started school a couple of weeks ago, 75% of my student appointments have been remote. That means we go to the office and we help our students in our office through Zoom or phone. Fall of last semester, fall 2024, 66% of all of my appointments were also remote. Spring 24, it was 51%, and fall of 23 was 44%. So as you can see, the demand for remote appointments from our students continued to increase. As times change, progress and evolve, our students' diverse needs also vary. As you can see from these statistics, the remote appointment modality has continued to grow in our offices. This semester has just started, and yet 75% of my students have selected to meet over Zoom or phone. That is a huge jump from the previous semester. Painfully, we did not serve our students in some of the most distressing times in the past 2 weeks. To be a counselor and receive multiple phone calls, emails, and students waiting on Zoom because they really wanted to meet with us was very disheartening. To be on this position as a counselor, knowing full well that we're able to help them and not do so, is very sad. And so I hope that you guys are able to put students first. We had to cancel all of our appointments due to power outages. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Calamis. Okay. With this, trustees, we are moving now to closed session. We will return at 6:30 to start our open session meeting. We are reconvening from closed session. And I am going to ask Trustee Chancellor to please lead us in the pledge to the flag.
Thank you. Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Good evening, everyone. We have 2 items to report from our closed session. The first one is item 2.01. The board voted four in favor and 0 against to partially grant the appeal of Title IX complaint and to remand to the investigator for further investigation. The motion was made by Trustee Paczewski and seconded by Trustee Chancellor. We then discussed 2.03. In item 2.03, the board voted 4 in favor and 0 against to approve a settlement agreement in the amount of $395,000, and the motion was made by Trustee Lichtel and second by Trustee Paczewski. And now we move on to 3.03, public comments. We did receive some written public comments, which the trustees had an opportunity to read. And I do have in front of me a comment card. Oh, and we have Nathan Cole.
Hello,
Hi,
how are
Nathan.
you? My name is Nathan Cole and I am the Chief Negotiator for AFT. First, we want to congratulate Trustee Torres on her recent election as board chair, and we're very excited about that. We'd also like to congratulate Trustee Lichtel, who's going to be second in command, and we look forward to the great things that the both of you will bring in these coming years as we work together. AFT's been quite busy
Thank you.
since the last time that we spoke at a board meeting. First, with the Article 3 reopener, we met with the district up to the very end of the fall semester with some back and forth during the first few weeks that we came back after we returned from the break. And you will see that we did reach an agreement with the district, and our members started voting on that this morning, and that will conclude at the beginning of February. So we're looking forward to see the outcome of that. For the compressed calendar, we recently had a meeting right when we returned. Unfortunately, we had a meeting that's scheduled for tomorrow, but because of the fires and all of the chaos that caused, there were some documents that we're still waiting on from the instructional side of that committee. But once we get those, we're pretty confident that we're really close to reaching an agreement with the compressed calendar. So we know that that's possible, and we look forward to how that's going to conclude. And finally, we have the major CBA reopener, which will also start this semester. And my team has been working really hard on that to prepare. And you should receive our sunshine letter for what we plan to open by the end of this week. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay. With this, we move on to 4.01, which is acknowledgement of new employees. We are very happy and grateful of the team members that are joining our district. I know they're going to be recognized through the different center reports, but on behalf of the Board of Trustees, thank you for making the decision to join our community and our family. We also have 4.02, which is recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. And I'm not sure if our retirees here this evening, but if not, thank you very much to all of our retirees who've dedicated such a tremendous amount to our district. And we do have Ms. Rosalind Waisley, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly, who's listed here. And so thank you very much for the years of service to our district. And 4.03, we have acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. And I see she's here today. So happy birthday, Ms. Teresa. So it is your birthday, I believe, on January 19th. So it just passed. It was it Sunday? Sunday. So we hope you had a wonderful birthday with your family. Okay. With this, we are moving on to our Senate reports and consultations. With the reports, we really want to thank everyone for submitting your reports. As trustees, we really do take the time to read those reports. And really, during this time, our trustees will, after the reports, ask any questions. Feel free during this time to share things that perhaps are not on the reports. We've read your reports. So if there's anything that perhaps wasn't listed in the report that you'd like to share with us, feel free to do so. If there's maybe an area that you'd like to highlight, you can do so during this time as well. But we have read your reports during the time that we were reviewing our agenda. So with this, we are going with our classified Senate president, and it would be from Ventura College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen, and Chancellor McLennan. I am Michael Hayden, the classified Senate president at Ventura College. I'd also like to extend a special welcome to Trustee Pychowski on your first board of trustees meeting. In consultation of item 4.01, we would like to congratulate and welcome Angelica Gare, Deyanira Alicorn, Janie Martinez, and Roxanne Casas for their appointments at Ventura College. In consultation of item 4.02, we would like to thank and congratulate Rosalind Waisley on their retirement. And in consultation of item 4.03, we'd like to wish a happy birthday to Teresa Bonham. The Ventura College Classified Senate has been fairly quiet since the last board meeting due to the winter breaks and fires, but we finally had a chance to meet on Thursday, January 9th, and the meeting was more of an informative-based meeting. Information was provided on events that are planned for the spring and the timeline for those events. As you know, the start of the semester has been rocky to say the least. At Ventura College, we experienced fires, power outages, and red flag warnings that forced a lot of our operations to come to a halt. The Ventura College Classified Senate would like to take a second to recognize the Facilities Maintenance and Operations Department and the IT department for all of the hard work that they did while others were at home. Their tireless work and dedication allowed for all students, staff, and faculty to return to work in a safe environment. The Classified Senate would also like to take a minute to recognize and say a huge thank you to all of the first responders for their commitment and dedication in protecting not only our community, but communities across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Hello, good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees, and student trustee Whalen. My name is Sergio Arana, Oxnard College Classified Senate President. First of all, I'd like to start with item 4.01. Welcome to our new employee, Angela Perez, Child Development Assistant. And on to item 4.03, happy birthday to Teresa Bonham. An update for our Oxnard College Classified Senate. At our last meeting, since our last meeting, we completed our resource request ranking and our results were shared at today's Senate meeting. We also voted to update our Oxnard College Classified Senate 9+1 to match our state Classified Senate. And we met today for our January meeting, and we welcome President Gonzalez to our meeting where he answered questions from classified and discussed college planning priorities. We also had discussions regarding professional development, and that was a very, very exciting meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Good evening, Chair, trustees, student trustee, Chancellor McKinnon. First of all, Happy New Year and welcome to a new semester. We've had a bit of a rocky start at Moore Park. We've had power outages, and so our first week of classes have not gone quite as prepared. Our Caring Campus initiative had set up to help our students, but due to the fires and air quality, those initiatives were not able to happen. We are preparing for our second annual classified retreat, March 16th at Cal Lutheran. We are in the process of making final arrangements for that. And thanks to our holiday luncheon, we will be awarding here in February $2,000 in student scholarships. In regards to item 4.01, new employees, we'd like to welcome Christina Rodriguez Rivas for scholarship technician, Daniel Cernos, custodian, Michael Rental for film, television, and media engineer, and Raul Coa Dominguez for physical education for our athletic equipment manager. And we would also like to give a happy birthday to our AFT president, Teresa. And that is all for our update. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody.
Thank you. Academic Senate Presidents. Is there one who would like to start? Okay, Oxnard College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen, Chancellor McClellan, and guests. For my consultation, I just want to cite 4.03 guests and recognitions, a very special happy birthday to our AFT president and former OC Academic Senate Vice President, Professor of English, Teresa Bonham. Teresa is a tireless advocate for both students and faculty, and a super wonderful colleague and friend. And for my report, I just have a few quick items. First, I'd like to reshare in the fall that the OC Academic Senate passed a resolution in support of non-citizen and undocumented students. The Academic Senate of Oxnard College reaffirms its support for non-citizen and undocumented students in the California community college system, as well as the other educational segments in our state. Second, I'd like to extend a huge congratulations to Drs. Jose Maldonado and Dr. Selena Benavides Black for their recent publication entitled Disrupting the Supreme Court Decision: How Universities Can Increase Diversity in a Post-Affirmative Action Climate. This publication occurred in the Harvard Kennedy School, their student policy review, and I'll just read 2 sentences. Community colleges serve an integral role in providing millions of students a chance at social mobility and financial stability. This is especially true for marginalized groups. You can look at the review. It's pretty brief, but it holds a beefy message. It's brief and yet has a lot of depth. And it highlights the role that community colleges play, right, in contributing to equity, in contributing to access to four-year universities, admission of especially marginalized student groups. Third item, the OC Academic Senate is currently reviewing our PG manual for the campus. We underwent a thorough review and revision summer 2023, so it got approved through the process last academic year, but this is the time that we're actually up for review, so it's not necessarily as thorough, but that's something that we have been working on. And another item we've been working on is looking again more thoroughly at our off-cycle retirement replacement process. All right, so I'll just hand it over to BC.
Thank you. Ventura College.
Good evening, Chair Torres, trustees, Chancellor, and all of the community in our room. We want to start by welcoming Janie Martinez, our new curriculum specialist. Thank goodness we finally have that person in place, and her in particular. We have been at a stall in curriculum, and she has come in as the new pirate she is, and she is pillaging the pile of backlog of getting our curriculum through the system. So we're very excited that she's here. In addition to the other courses listed for approval for the board, I want to call out and highly support our automotive career education Bachelor in Science program. It's up for approval tonight. And not only was this a work of passion and timeless energy that went into the development of this program, it wasn't just that one department. It was several departments, several faculty all across campus coming together to support the development of this. And so we are all rooting for it to move forward and be finally approved. For my report, just a couple of things. You know that moment when you think you're experiencing something and you're the only one that's affected by it, and you sit there and you go, well, I guess we'll just figure out how to handle this. And then you talk to somebody else and you find out they have the same problem. We have had, the other day we had a conversation happen where one of our departments is struggling with finding faculty part-time to teach on ground. And I'm like, our department has that same problem. And I put out a call to all the department chairs and the coordinators, and 18 responses within 4 hours came back with the same exact issue. And they were citing issues anywhere from VC is so far from LA, we're not able to get faculty from that area. Pay is not that great. People want full-time jobs. They can't live off of part-time work. And many, many, many other reasons. And so we really are seeing this as a big issue that we're now all identifying together. And so I want to bring that to the board because that affects our college. When we don't have the full-time faculty to teach to the capacity, and we don't have the part-time faculty that we can find, we're having to cancel classes or we're having to put them online. And not everybody loves teaching online. Not all the students do well online. And so we just want to bring this forward that this is an issue that we are seeing as a big issue for our college. And then a couple of dates that I wanted to put out there so you're aware of a couple of things that are coming up. Our Gibbs Diesel Mechanics Center has a grand opening on January 29th. The program's labs were previously held at Gibbs Trucks Center at Oxnard, and the grand opening is celebrating the lab's move to Ventura College campus and acknowledging the Gibbs Trucks Center, the contributions to their programs. And then we also, on February 25th, our Careers in Veterinarian Medicine and the Loci Lab has their grand opening. The Vet Tech program is hosting a high school students to learn about careers in vet med, and it's going to be from 4 to 5 o'clock at VCEC. And so I wanted to extend that invitation for our board members to join us at those events.
Thank you. Park College.
Trustee, Chancellor, colleagues, and guests, happy birthday to AFT President Bonham. And thanks for all the work you're doing for us and representing faculty. Welcome to Trustee Pajkowski. Congratulations, Trustee Torres on the chair. Congratulations, Trustee Lichtel on the vice chair. Otherwise, I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor.
A follow-up question. I think it's an HR question. But considering the comments, there are words of caution that were, when we fly a position for a part-time teaching position, is it listed within that job announcement, hybrid, online, on ground? Or is it just, you're going to teach in ethnic studies, this load, and we'll determine at a later date and time what that position will look like?
I'm going to ask Andrea to come up and respond to that question.
Oh, no, for our part-time, we advertise pools that are open year round. So they apply to the discipline. And then it gets separated out from there. So the exact assignment, whether it's on ground or remote, that's determined at the time of hire.
Okay. So now, Trustee Whalen, we're going to 6.01, the College Associated Student Government Reports.
Welcome back, everyone. For our Associated Student Government Reports, we will begin with Rigoberto Osorio, President of Oxnard College, and then move on to Kamea Kellner, who is the President of Ventura College. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. For my report, I just wanted to go over some of the upcoming events Oxnard College is Associated Student Government has planned. So this month we will be doing professional learning with Dr. Gina Ann Garcia, who's a scholar, activist, author, and speaker on Hispanic serving institutions. And she will teach us how we can learn from her experiences to better serve students in connection to student government advocacy. We will also have our club rush in conjunction with OC Expo on January 30th, as well as our evening resource fair on February 4th, which is to provide targeted support to our evening students. On January 28th, we will be hosting our next Feed the Condors, where we will be providing free acai bowls to students. And then finally, I'd like to congratulate Trustee Torres on becoming the new chair for the Board of Trustees, and I wish you the best of luck with your new role. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. Thank you for allowing the time for me to speak tonight. I just wanted to share some things that ASVC is working on. This semester, we have over 20 events, including leadership opportunities and training aimed at serving our student body. I'm also extremely excited to serve as Spring 2025 ASVC President. Some of our goals this semester include strengthening our student leader community. For example, we have our ASVC crew, which is a branch of ASVC allowing for people with more flexible schedules to be included and help out around campus. We're also excited to work with our state partners with the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, SSCCC, with reviewing dozens of student-initiated resolutions at the 2025 General Assembly, which some of our board members will be attending this year. And a huge thank you to my team and our campus partners for all of their help in making these ideas possible. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Okay, thank you. Okay, 6.02 AFT report.
Everybody. Congratulations, Trustee Torres. Congratulations, Trustee Lichtel, on your new roles. AFT has no report, but thank you for all the birthday love. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now 6.03 SEIU.
Good evening, members of the board, Chancellor McLennan and Student Trustee Whalen. Happy New Year, first and foremost. Maria Uranda, Chief Steward and elected Executive Officer for SEIU Local 99 on behalf of Classified. SEIU will be hosting member meetings this Thursday, January 23rd. On our agenda, we will be discussing the contractual Me Too with the other bargaining unit, AFT, and next steps to ensure we are properly compensated. The topic of remote work assignments, specifically during emergencies that we have been seeing, such as power outages, winds, fires, etc., will be discussed, and of course, the issue of safety concerns as well as flexibility. Lastly, on our agenda, we will be discussing full contract negotiations, which will be very soon upon us. We will be engaging our members to provide them with a forum to share any concerns, provide feedback to our current CBA, including our future participation in the Ask Health Benefits Committee. We are not sure if we're going to be continuing that. We also are very eager to connect with all classified professionals that we represent. We are very proud on how we've been comporting ourselves during these emergencies, and it's such an honor for me to represent this group. Thank you.
Thank you. And we move to 6.04 President's Report. Is there a college who would like to start? Okay, Ventura College. Thank you.
Petrosky, congratulations. This is your first board meeting, official board meeting.
Um, so you have our written report highlighting our amazing programs in CTE. It's the cornerstone of our mission, serving students and preparing them for the workforce. We're very proud of those programs, and how fitting that our Academic Senate President Rachel highlighted some of the upcoming events that is celebrate and highlight the progress and the successes of programs like the diesel mechanics, VecTech, and of course, the automotive baccalaureate degree. So please take a look at that report. We're very proud of how we have grown over the years, those programs, and the successes that we have. Also, I like to take a moment to express my gratitude to the emergency response team. I know a lot has been said about the emergencies that we've been living through, but I can say with all confidence that I'm very proud of the work that we put together, the collaboration, the timely communications. It takes a lot behind the scenes to assess the situation and try to come up with the best decision at the moment based on the information we have. And even last night, as we got together yesterday afternoon assessing the situation, I think we left the meeting holding our breath and holding in hope that we would having power today, and we did. So finally, Ventura College was able to start the semester. We had quite a delay last week, and we will all be working together to make sure that students have a full experience, and that will be conversations that we'll have to make sure that we provide those services. Other than that, our numbers are up. That's something to celebrate. And I also want to highlight a team that worked on a Saturday prior to the first closure, serving students that came to campus to register, to find out more information. And it was quite a successful Saturday morning. So thank you.
Thank you.
That ends my report.
Oxnard College.
Trustees, Chancellor, board members. For this month's report, we are proud to highlight 3 career education programs. These programs are culinary arts, dental hygiene, and the fire academy. For culinary arts, we have experienced a 73% increase in headcount over the last few years to have a total of 183 students this past spring. In terms of success, we've seen a 75% success rate. In terms of retention rate, we've seen a 91% retention rate, which is higher than our overall college rate of 88%. In terms of dental hygiene, we have about 248 students that get served in the program every year. The success rate of students over the last 3 spring terms has been between 85% and 90%, which 90% being the last success rate of this past spring. In terms of retention, we have seen a range between 97 to 100% retention, with our highest retention peaked this past spring. Dental hygiene, as you know, will launch Oxnard College's first bachelor's degree program this coming fall of 25. We're really excited for the start of that program. For the Fire Academy, the Oxnard College Regional Fire Academy is a 1 semester long program that serves up to 40 students per semester. In terms of success, our students average a pass rate of 95% when they take their firefighter 1 and 2 exam. In spring, we had a 100% pass rate. So we're really proud of that. Thank you. In terms of retention, we have a 92.5 rate, and for fall 2024, we boast our largest graduating class compared to past semesters. So we're really proud of that. Is my time up? As I switch gears a little bit, I have to just share with you that our Oxnard College students, faculty, classified professionals, and administrators have expressed concerns regarding the level of support and resources that we're providing to our undocumented students. So we're working to provide more resources for our students, more directed information to help our undocumented student population. Next, I wanted to take a moment to thank our Chancellor and Vice Chancellor Mitchell for helping OC identify an interim vice president of business and admin services. We're happy to have Emily Day help us out until we finalize our recruitment for our permanent position. So thank you so much, Valerie, for all your help. And then lastly, like my colleague mentioned, I want to acknowledge and thank our Incident Command Center team. Over the last 2-week period, we've spent countless hours really reviewing conditions in the mornings. Do we have a power outage? Are we good to go? Are there any internet issues? So we've kind of got the checklist down in terms of making sure that our campus is safe and secure for everyone that we serve on campus. So I wanted to thank all the faculty, staff, and administrators that serve on the Incident Command Center team. And that is it for me.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Great. And I'm sitting in for Dr. Sokanu. He's in Washington, D.C. and sends his regards. It is very cold there, so I bet he wishes he was back here. Chancellor McLennan, Chair Torres, and congratulations on that appointment. And also, congratulations, Joe. It was an honor to sit with you at our economic development collaborative the other week and to see your engagement with that important part of what we do. You have before you our report, right? And I do want to call out that those math success rates is hard work, and you don't see a 3% across the board improvement without a whole lot of work, hard work that our faculty are doing. So do want to say that that's really important. We have a far way to go because math is one of the biggest pain points in terms of college completion for our students and their success. And then you have a whole lot of stories there, in particular, the impact of internships, right, from our career tech ed programs. I do want to call out, here's the theme. What we do, it has an impact not just on a student getting a degree certificate to do something better with their life and livable wage, but they're changing our world. So in addition to the vignettes you have in there, I'd happy to share that at biotech, we have 2 students that are actively at Takeda Pharmaceuticals. Their phrase is every vial has a name. They're literally making a difference in our world in terms of pharmaceuticals. Our Career Center hosted public service and law enforcement lunch series. We had 4 local agencies. We had an amazing turnout of 39 individuals to Ventura County's DA office, the Sheriff Department, LA Sheriff's Department, to learn about internship opportunities within those agencies. And that's producing important public servants for our future. Cybersecurity, it's going to be something that you're going to hear over and over again, but we have an amazing program, and including, in addition to the bachelor's degree that we do hope to resolve those issues of duplication with CSUs. There was a recent EdSource article regarding all of that, and a couple of our students featured in that from last week. We will need to forward that through Dr. McLennan, so to bring that to your attention. But they did receive a $50,000 award from Bank of America. They also compete, our students compete. We have a very large team of students, high engagement. This isn't just 1 or 2 superstar students, there's a whole lot of them. And across the whole nation, we are the top ranked. We're the only community college in the top 50 out of 500 schools that compete in cybersecurity. We are 23rd, and of note, we are right ahead of the University of Alabama, Auburn, and Purdue. I like that. They're going to be, if you know anything about what's happening in our world, cybersecurity, just every day. I mean, the vectors of attacks in terms of our threat to our personhood and to our own finances. We need these workers, and we're producing the top ones. And finally, we know there's a nursing shortage, and we continue to be proud of our nursing program. And just for clapping for Oxnard for their pass rates. But our latest data from spring 24, we had 100% pass rate on the nursing certification exam. And finally, yes, we had a power incident command teams doing all kinds of things. We didn't do something as, I don't know, whatever Ventura did. We should have figured it out. But we had people on site at 4 a.m. this morning, and we had power. and we had no other notices from Edison that we're going to say otherwise. And then we lost power at 6:23. And we had to pivot. The flexibility on behalf of the classified professionals, our faculty, we can't say thank you enough for the flexibility, and the whole team is trying to make the best decisions as quickly as possible and communicating based on what data we've been given. We do, as of about 4:30 this afternoon, we had power restored, and so we sent that notice out that we're open for business and all services tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. And when you go back to your campuses, please let the incident command team know how thankful and appreciative we are, because I heard you were meeting yesterday. You're waking up early in the morning to try to just assess to make sure that our campus is ready and safe for our students and our staff. So thank you very much for your entire team. I think I heard facilities from some of the Senates also reporting that they've been very involved, and they're usually like the behind the scenes. They're not here, but I know you're here representing them. So please let them know that we are very grateful and very thankful for everything that they do. I mean, there isn't words to express it. They will go above and beyond so everybody's safe. So thank you very much. Okay, so with this, we have Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, just had one point of gratitude there. There was so much data and excitement at the three colleges. But within Oxnard College, there was one thing I wanted to highlight, and that was with the enrollment growth and student support. And I know that it's not one cause of that, but one area that I get to see that I'd like to highlight, and I've highlighted it before, but it's having counselors at our local high schools. And I can't stress enough the significance that has for students that are confused on the process, have questions on the process, or are unsure. And when that counselor is there on a one-on-one basis, able to work with students and get them enrolled and excited and in a pipeline of higher ed, I can't speak enough about the significance of that. And I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Chair.
Trustee Pachowski.
I just want to thank the staff at both Ventura College and Moore Park College for dealing with the power shutoffs the last 2 weeks. I live in the Wood Ranch section of Simi Valley, and I'm as equally frustrated with the power shutoff situation as it pertains to my city as I am as it pertains to the district. And I'll be talking about that a little bit later tonight. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we move on to 6.05, board committee reports. And so we have our two committees that met. I don't know if Pass would like to go first, and
Yeah,
ask
Chair
Trustee
Torres,
Lichtel.
I'm under the impression that we approved these minutes and reported out last month, and I don't believe we met in December, unless I missed a meeting.
You're right.
Yeah, but I would
admin
report.
did, I believe.
I would report that during the last past committee meeting, the idea of a board workshop, a strategic planning workshop, was presented to pass, and we did meet on January the 7th. Trustee Pachowski was part of that. And I just wanted to compliment Eva Conrad and Deborah Shepley, who I thought conducted a really great in-service time and workshop for us. I thought it was extremely well thought out, well planned out, and the information that we received as well as we were able to give back, and seeing all the work that's happening on the campuses. So we mirrored what's happened on the campuses with our sticky notes and our priorities and so forth. I thought that was a really great way a nice visual for all of us. So we look forward to when the students are involved in that process, either observing or hearing back how that goes and kind of seeing this process through. So I guess we could report on that.
Thank you. And for the Administrative Services Committee, we have Trustee Chancellor.
I will be reporting on that meeting since my colleague Trustee Mantooth is not here. So it was a great meeting. The minutes are before you, and the only correction I have is on item 4.03, placeholder action, an amendment to the agreement for a cell phone tower or wireless communications facility. There were some questions on the necessity of placing that next to our future dorms, residence building. And the last paragraph there, it says ASC committee co-chairs approve moving forward to this board meeting in January. We did not. There was no action taken, and it was going to be brought back to that committee at a later date. So that would be my only comment in the notes. Thank you.
Are the notes just for informational purposes for us, and then this can be actually amended at the Administrative Services Committee? Would that be correct? Okay. Okay, thank you. And now we have approval of the consent calendar 7.01.
Chair Torres, I would like to move the approval of the consent calendar as submitted, with the exception of the following items that are to be pulled for discussion: 8.01, 8.02, 10.02, 10.07, 11.01, 11.03, 12.01, and 12.03.
Okay. There's a motion on the, thank you, Trustee Paczewski. So now open for discussion. Actually, any discussion or just? So at this moment, do the vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vote on the consent items, then we'll
Ready?
vote on each of them
Okay.
individually.
So we'll go ahead and we'll take a vote. So student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, how do
Aye.
you vote?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I vote aye as well. Okay, so let's look at the consent calendar items that were pulled out. The first one, we have 8.01 that was pulled out, and I believe Trustee Paczewski.
Yes, I pulled that out simply because I was actually here, seated in the back with the name tag in front of me, because at that point I was indeed the trustee-elect. And in order for me to be able to vote on these minutes, the minutes need to reflect the fact that I was present. Otherwise, I would be forced to abstain. So if we can just amend the minutes to add my name to the list of others present, that would be satisfactory to me.
Okay, what would you prefer? We can do actually both, but we'd like to go with what you prefer. Okay, so we can do it that way. We can go ahead and just in the minutes, just amend, and just the people that were present, we can at that point just add that trustee-elect Joe Paczewski was present. And we just include that in the minutes, and that will make Trustee Paczewski feel comfortable in approving the minutes.
So if that's a motion, I'll second it.
It is a motion.
Okay. The motion by Trustee Paczewski, second by Trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? No. Okay. Now we move on to 8.02, and this was pulled by Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, this is a procedural item. The minutes reflect that the meeting was called to order at 7:36, I think, and it was actually 5 p.m. I think that's the time we adjourned. So the minutes need to reflect a start time of 5 p.m., and that's my motion.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Lichtel, second by Trustee Paczewski. Student trustee, how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. And there's none opposed, I believe. Okay. So now we move on to consent items in business and administrative services, which is 10.02, and this was pulled by Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you. If I could, within the purchase order, I had two questions on a specific purchase order. It's on page 115 of the printed. And it's for vendor Crown Plaza Hotel. And there were two questions I had. One was, it was for a room rental and catering annual all college retreat for $47,184. I know it's a great location, and I know we would probably be looking at evaluating using an outside rental for $47,000 if we were in a dire financial situation. However, do we have a facility? This isn't a question that has to be asked now, but do we have a facility at Ventura College that can house this many people and still provide the wonderful all college retreat? I think it's something to be aware of. The second question is, I was under the impression that Fund 114 was for expenses that were, forget the word, but self replacing, you know, in that realm, like something like a uniform sales, or we were then, but something of that nature, not something. This seems like a general fund question, but I'm not the expert, so that was my question there on that, and maybe a response can come later, but just we've received some background information on 114, and it didn't seem to align with the description in the annual adopted budget. So with that, I would move approval for 10.02.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So motion by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
And I as well. Any opposed? No opposed. Okay, 10.07, this was also pulled by trustee Chancellor.
Action to approve 3-year agreement with Course Maven, I think is the correct pronunciation, for enrollment and registration management powered by dualenroll.com software and support. There is a background there, and it looks like it's to, I don't want to put the words in front of it. I was just hoping to get a little bit of the justification on why we do need this and how it will improve the dual enrollment process if in fact it needs to be improved.
Chancellor.
So I see that we have Valerie Mitchell's name here, but I think Dr. Herrera has an explanation.
This particular software platform is to facilitate and ease the enrollment process for high school students. It's a very complicated process. The other thing that this software platform does, it gives counselors access to student status and success. And it also assists us in communicating between the college district and the high school district, and even the parents if we have consent, so that everyone is on the same page when it comes to the students' success rates and retention.
I appreciate that explanation. And yeah, I agree. It is a very complicated system. So I look forward to less complications.
Yeah, if I may as well, I think the any improvements to that system, I think will be very welcome because it is complex. It's multi-layered. So I'm glad to hear that we're addressing that. I'm wondering about any in-service or information to the K-12 sites, to our high schools, and maybe middle schools and junior high schools that may be enrolling students, how we're going to get the word out about this new program.
Yeah, so at the last community of practice for dual enrollment, we introduced it. We had a discussion around it. We're going to be doing a pilot, one high school per college. So it's going to be a very strategic process. We're going to be meeting with college staff and the dual enrollment staff on February 5th. So we have a whole rollout plan for the high schools that are in the pilot with the colleges.
Go ahead.
And we will continue to have a rollout of communication as we move forward, with the Ventura County Office of Education being our facilitator of communication, so that everybody's on the same page.
And then Dr. Watkins, you mentioned that there's a professional development included from dual enroll. And so they'll be coming out and training not only our staff, but also the high school staffs. Excellent.
We've already done it through Zoom
We've
for.
done that. Okay. Great. And then train the trainers from there, or, okay. Thank you.
If I may.
Absolutely, trustee Pulaski.
I just want to add that I think that anything that makes that process a little bit smoother is a good thing. I know that I spoke with Dr. Herrera last Thursday, and I spoke with the chancellor previous to that. There was a little bit of a hiccup with Moore Park College during the spring, where for some reason they did not report grades to Moore Park High School. So if we've got a platform which makes that process easier, then I'm all in favor of it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Is there someone who wants to make a motion?
Oh, I will make that motion.
Okay.
And I will second it.
Okay, so motion made by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Pulaski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, I vote aye as well. Okay, so now we move on to 11.01. This is an institutional effectiveness. We have Trustee Pacheski who pulled both 11.01 and 11.03.
Yeah, at the last meeting, Trustee Lichtel expressed concern about politically charged language. And frankly, I feel that the language that I see on the Moore Park College website with respect to ethnic studies is politically charged. Specifically, the website reads, not just a passive study, ethnic studies emphasize resistance and liberation in order to eliminate all forms of injustice and racial oppression. And frankly, I don't find that acceptable. We should be adopting a neutral policy with respect to politicization of all things with respect to the colleges.
So just for my own clarification on 11.01, is there a course? Is there something that you saw?
Yes, ethics, Moore Park College curriculum, ethnic studies M04 Chicana/O History 2.
Okay. It's open for discussion. Is there a comment by any other trustees regarding this particular item?
The only comment I would make, and I'm really hesitant to say it because I by no means am I an expert, but I know we have to write these courses since it's a transferable course and it is a grad requirement in CSUs and UCs to make sure that there is an alignment there. And I just want to make sure that is voiced. And I could be wrong on that, but I'm just wondering, I know one of the tenets, assuming one of the, well, not no, I know one of the tenets for ethnic studies is some of the areas of concern that you have. And if this is a course required for graduation or for enrollment, or not enrollment, graduation at the CSU UC level, that may be a challenge beyond our even system.
Did you want to speak, Chancellor?
Yeah, thank you. You know, this is one of those areas that, and I think the term is transfer model curriculum that aligns with transfer to the four-year institutions. And so I know there's components of this that are a piece of that. And maybe Johnson, you're in front of me. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So specifically this course is, we have an associate degree for transfer. And this course is needed to fulfill essentially the building blocks so that our students in that degree pattern can transfer to CSU with the full associate degree for transfer. So specifically, this is Chicano studies, and it has a date range on it, right? 1848 to whatever. That mirrors exactly what all the CSUs have for that building block of this part of the curriculum. And yeah, I'd be happy, so it's gone through the whole process of curriculum development and approval through the faculty senate. Does that answer the question?
Well, I guess the question would be on the
Sorry.
transfer
Well,
model.
what is transfer model
Yeah, why
curriculum?
don't you explain that a
So
little bit?
transfer model curriculum is a template, because CSUs maybe would say they don't tell us exactly what to do, but they come awfully close. And they say for a degree to count in a transfer degree, which means that a student, it's actually a big advantage in California that you can transfer from a community college to the state university system, and you're guaranteed to be a junior status. So it's a package of 60 units per each one of these disciplines that if the community college follows the pattern, the transfer model curriculum template through their faculty senate approval processes, that then that student earns the associate degree for transfer and they are granted junior level status. They don't have to repeat any of that. Other states, other systems have a problem with that. That's one of the bigger problems with community colleges. Does your courses and does your degree transfer fully without having to repeat anything at the university level? And so that in general is what a TMC is. And our current associate degree for transfer and ethnic studies follows that. And we have to have this, we have the intro course, we have some of the other Asian American Studies courses, but this course is a requirement to fulfill our ADT.
Chair Torres?
Trustee Lichtel.
So I'm not hearing an opposition per se to an ethnic studies course in particular. I'm hearing a concern about some language and how that course is presented, not only to our students, but to the community. And if I'm hearing you right, the UCs and the Cal States kind of set the criteria as to what that course should include. In other words, the components of that course. But is that language our own? And do we believe that that language is inclusive of the entire community?
And just to clarify, Trustee Wachowski, you read something from our website,
Yes.
right? Okay, so
That's the
I don't-
overview, that's the overview of the department.
right. So to speak to this specific course, I don't see that phrase exactly in this course that we're approving tonight or submitting for approval. But I think the rest of the conversation, I'll turn back to you.
Yeah, I was under the impression that that was related to that course in particular, but it sounds like it's from the actual department.
In the department.
I could, if I think it's on the handout there, but you have the course description there.
It is
We do.
included in the
Okay.
We do have it here.
Okay.
You mentioned that the CSU system requires 60 units. Is that correct?
They map out 60 units, and that's by California law.
Okay.
And there's a reason for 60 units
Well,
because
part
a
of the
lot
pro-
of stuff used to be more than that.
Then
and it's not-
part of the problem we have is that right now with the courses that are currently listed in the course catalog for that department, it only totals out to 15 units.
Oh, okay. So there's the transfer model curriculum gives you a pattern for your GE. So you have to meet general education requirements. So these students have to take their math requirement, their reading comprehension, their critical thinking skills, all those things.
Sure.
And then there are our major courses. And so this is one of those.
Mhm.
And I'd have to pull up the TMC. I have it in one of my files here for tonight's conversation. But those don't add up to the 60. So the 60 includes all of your gen ed,
Okay.
your major courses, and there's a category called major prep, which would be like courses somewhat related. They're not the GE course like math or a science class for ethnic studies, but it might be like a philosophy class. There's a category of more closely related types of liberal studies that would get you there, that they say in their pattern you need to have something from this group. And so that's what would be in the TMC pattern. And that's absolutely something that we can provide to help with the conversation.
Thank you. I'll speak from my experience. I know when I went to community college and I took a course in the Department of Chicano Studies, and it was an opportunity to learn about history. So it's history, and sometimes a history that I wasn't provided, just to have this awareness in high school. So really what our community colleges do, and I believe just entirely higher education systems, is try to, when we talk about inclusivity, just try to bring in different perspectives, different histories. So our students are well-versed. We're striving towards being a global really economy and getting to know from each other. So most of the work that's coming here, particularly from our different departments in the ethnic studies, does amazing work in being able to cover and to be as inclusive as possible to bring that historical perspective. And this is how I view this course. And I know I appreciate it as a student. And for tonight, this is coming to us is really to approve just the course. And there can be in the future, perhaps a conversation to know more about if there's an interest from the board of an ethnic studies, we can certainly consider that as a board. But for tonight, it would just be feeling comfortable in terms of just making a decision for the course. That's the curriculum that's being presented to us tonight. So Trustee Pacheski, I know you pulled it out. So
okay.
Okay, so I don't know how you're feeling, if you wanted to make a motion, if you didn't want to make a motion.
motion to make.
Okay. So there's,
I'll make a motion. Get the item.
it's item 11.01. Okay. So there's a motion by trustee Chancellor. Is there a second? Okay, I will second this motion. So we have on the table a motion that's made by trustee Chancellor, seconded by Chair Torres. So we are going to take a roll call vote for this one.
Can we,
Discussion?
yeah, I-
Okay, we
Josh.
have discussion.
this is strange to me at the board level and maybe our chancellor can give us some guidance to tap into courses that have gone through the thorough scrutiny of alignment for our students. And I just want to, I guess my question is, before I have opinions on the tenets of ethnic studies, because I know a high school system is very different, but as a part of the course writing team at the high school level, power, and not putting you on the spot, Trustee Pachowski, but power was one of the key tenets. You know, power shaped systems of oppression and privilege and this language. And I don't think it's our role, specifically not tonight, to get in that debate. But I guess my question for the chancellor is, and I'm not assuming it's going in that direction, but what are the effects at the board level if we were to not pass a new course at the board level? I know it's coming to us for a vote, but my question is, what does that do to our system and our students and the course development process?
So one of the questions is how do we get here? To the point that it's being presented as something to approve. And the board, many of you are familiar, and Trustee Pachowski we had a conversation last week about some of those elements. One is certainly AB 1725 and 10+1 and the faculty prerogative for primary role in developing curriculum. The processes that are set up in our colleges through our curriculum committees respects that professional expert work on curriculum development. Frankly, I know there are mechanisms if we get to a point where there's an impasse, but I'm not prepared to discuss those tonight. John, do you have anything to offer in that regard?
Yeah, and I mean, we've got our Senate presidents here also, but the faculty process starts with the disciplined faculty. They follow whatever patterns and protocols and criteria are required. In this case, it is fairly well defined. I mean, you could apply I was a physics guy, like I can make whatever physics course I want to, but to really have it be meaningful to students, it needs to follow something that's meaningful pattern wise or a career tech ed space. So this has followed that. That disciplined faculty then got the sign off of their whole department. It went through a tech review. So tech review is a subcommittee of curriculum committee where they look at all how many contact hours, does it have the right student learning outcomes? Do the assessments match what you say you're asking students to learn? So tech review is where a bulk of the nuts and bolts happen. And then it goes to finally the full curriculum committee, which is elected representatives, correct, Matthew? Across every discipline in our college. There are, I can say confidently that faculty at every level take the review and the interrogation very seriously, to the point of sometimes if something isn't even right in the curriculum committee and the discipline faculty need to go back, that it then is delayed another month or so until those questions can get answered. So the process, I would say, as a VPAA, we sit as co-chairs of the curriculum committee and the governance structure. And so, we can well represent that it's gone through all those processes. I care deeply that all the process has been followed, but we're a guardian of some course of the catalog itself, and that the degrees we're offering and the courses we're offering have the highest value. And so that's what that transfer model curriculum, associate degrees for transfer and transferability are there. And this meets all those requirements. There is more to this item too, right? There's a whole lot of other curriculum on this item that I could be happy to speak to also, but it's all gone through that process.
Chair Torres, if I may.
Yes, Trustee Lichtel.
So there has to be a place in this process where, as board members, we can not only ask questions, but opine on the outcome or what's being presented to us. Because what I'm hearing from you clearly is the criteria comes to us from the CSUs and UCs. You must meet these objectives, requirements in order for this course to meet transferability requirements and so on and so forth. So we certainly understand that. And to some degree, some of that is imposed on us. Would you agree? Right? So, I mean, this is essentially what we're being told would comply. So I can certainly accept that. I can certainly understand that the process was exhaustive, and asking questions about a particular course and the nuances of that course really are not a reflection on the process. They really aren't. Because ultimately, if we didn't have these discussions, then we would be 5 rubber stamps that really our purpose would not be, well, we certainly wouldn't be representing our constituents like we're supposed to. So I think I've had some questions about some language. I know that a lot of times I'll see like the word Latin with the letter X behind it, which I still don't have a clear understanding of what that means. I guess it's more inclusive to have an X than to say Latino or Latina. But at the same time, I also have to think that doesn't it kind of appropriate a language? I'm Hispanic. I'm from a Latino background, if you will, but doesn't that appropriate the language that is inherently masculine and inherently feminine? So I would not refer to Chair Torres as a Latino. She's Latina, just like I'm Latino. So when you throw that X in there, for guys, it kind of confused me. I'm not sure what it means, So, same thing with the Chicanx. So I guess that's inclusive of the intersectionality pieces that are described here. But, it's this kind of language that, maybe people would approach any one of us and say, why is this? What does this mean? Why is this there? Why is there an X at the end of Latin or a Chicano or Chicana? Please.
Just point of clarification, this course is Chicana.
But the
Well, no.
description says, the 4th word of the description is Chicanx.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was on.
And
Yeah,
it's
no, that's
repeated
okay.
two
That's
more
okay.
times in
Oh,
the
I see.
description.
I see what you're
No, I get that. And that's the interesting piece, that the course is Chicana with a /O.
Mhm.
But then it's, the X in there. So, this was my point a month ago when I brought up the issues with the anti-racism conversation and concerns that I had with that being highly politicized, just like I think some of this might be, which I think may be part of what Trustee Pachowski is bringing out, is that I think it's important for us to be, the word you used was neutral, a sense of neutrality, where at our level, we're not accepting one over the other, but instead trying to be as inclusive as we can across the board. So it's not a question of the process. So I don't want that to come across whatsoever. And I understand that some of the regulations and some of these criteria are imposed on us. It's when we produce a product, I want to make sure that the product that we are producing represents every student on campus, not just students that are indigenous or of a particular race or ethnicity or class or gender or sexuality, which, I guess I could ask myself, how is gender part of this discussion, or religion, right? I want it to be inclusive of all. So, I guess that's why I brought it up last time. And what I mentioned last time was, maybe we need to come up with a definition of what we mean when we talk about these terms. What does that actually mean to us? Maybe that's something the board needs to take on as a retreat with some guidance from the staff. I'm happy to hear and learn, but at the same time, if I don't have the answers and I'm asked in the community, I want to be able to give a response that represents our district. It looks like you're anxious to speak.
I'm not sure if I should, but I give you my opinion as a former faculty member as well. And I think the conversation is great, and I'm glad that we're able to have it. We're institutions of higher education, and that is a great place to be. We rely primarily on the expertise of the faculty in creating the curriculum. And for that reason, you know, we go through great pains in hiring experts with a lot of qualifications, and we have great people. So I support this kind of curriculum because I'm not going to second guess the work of the faculty. Is very thoughtful. And I guess my concern, and it could be a conversation later on, is how we don't get into censoring the curriculum that we're going to offer. At the end of the day, the students have a choice. They have multiple classes to choose from. And so we're not imposing, but we are perhaps meeting the needs, the wants of our populations to learn about their own history, to be a better society. So that is just an opinion.
No, I appreciate that, Len. You know, I think the conversation is definitely worthwhile.
I think part of the problem here might very well be that there's not enough diversity of thought at the college level. The fact of the matter is that I know that I spoke with one, I had a meeting with one particular constituent who reached out to me, who's a teacher who's an instructor at Moore Park College, and he feels like he is stifled from expressing his opinion on things. And if those opinions are being stifled, well, what's happening when it comes to curricular decisions? That's a problem.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. I did see that there was Dr. Gonzalez, who I believe wanted to make a comment, but you don't have to. I noticed that you received the mic, but if okay.
So the only thing I wanted to add to Trustee Lichtel's comment about the terminology used, I was having a conversation with a close friend and colleague who was confused in terms of Latinx, Chicanx, and I took a picture of an excerpt from Latino Land. They give a really good brief explanation of kind of how the terminology kind of evolved for Latinos, Chicanos, Hispanic. I mean, there's a lot of terms, right? So I just wanted to add that.
I also wanted to highlight, we have our ground rules, and part of our ground rules we talk about as a board being very respectful. And so there is diversity of thought, but we don't come out and question our faculty and what's taking place at the colleges. And I know that we want to have those conversations, and there'll be perhaps as I'm listening to the conversation, there needs to be for the board, if the board would like at one point, is to talk more about just the curriculum development process. How does it happen at the colleges? What is that participatory governance process that by law we have Assembly Bill 1725? To understand more how it is here at their community colleges, how the articulation agreements are within higher education. And I think as we're looking at this particular item, it's a good point to just have further discussion on it, because it's an interest of the board to find out how it works. And so with that, I believe we've had, I think, conversation. I know if our student trustee, if she wanted to share, you've been quiet, but perhaps there's something as a student you want to share.
Giving me the platform to speak. I just am here to give student perspective, and I know that there's a concern over inclusivity, and I think that these classes, specifically the Chicano history, it is inclusive. It's so important for these students to learn not just history, but if they come from that identity. And it's more than just a requirement. And speaking for myself, I took a broader ethnic studies class to fill my requirements to meet those requirements when I transfer. But it means a lot more to students to see a reflection of themselves and their history, their lineage in curriculum. And curriculum means a lot, and it's a lot more than just learning history. If there's further discussion on terminology and the what Trustee Pachowski was referring to, the Moore Park Ethnic Studies page. I think that's a separate discussion, and I would be happy to give student perspective on those discussions too, but I'll give it back to Chair Torres.
Thank you,
Chair Torres.
Trustee Whalen.
If
Trustee
I may,
Lickle.
I just want to reiterate that there has to be a place between opposing and having some thoughtful discussion about why things are the way they are and how we're representing that to our communities and what that might mean to the broader community, right? And how we as trustees then would go back and talk to a parent who maybe is more of our generations, I think we're boomers, and explain
for yourself, Lou.
okay, I am, and explain the terminology, explain the reason why, explain, the mechanisms behind it. And again, it's not to bring into question the process, and the fact that, and Dr. Laredo Habib, when I mentioned the imposition comes from the Cal States and the UCs, they kind of set for us what that course should look like. So that's imposed on us to a degree. I just want to make sure that we can answer the question. So again, I would ask for kind of a clear understanding of what these terms represent and what they mean, so that so I can personally, I don't want to speak for anyone else, share that in the community and say, when you hear this, here's what the district means by that.
Chancellor.
So just a couple things. One, so we've talked a lot about the process and how it got here, but I also want to point out that we have academic administrators throughout our colleges, and college presidents, and then my cabinet. And all of these elements are reviewed before they get to the board. And I can assure the board that if there were any concerns about a rogue class or something that didn't fulfill the pattern or the template, or that wasn't working in our best academic and curriculum interest, we would be sending this back to the respective college and the curriculum committee. If, however, the board chooses to not approve curriculum, then I do think it's incumbent on the board to be very, very clear about what the issues are for that non-approval. If it's a matter of a label definition, I'm certain we can accommodate that. But I've heard other things as well, that there's a concern, not here tonight, but concerns about indoctrination and other features of the curriculum. So I just want to make sure that whatever the concern is, that it's something that can specifically be responded to and addressed by the respective college and the curriculum committee, so that we can bring it back to the board with that understanding, correction, whatever we need to adjust to make sure that we can move forward with these curriculum decisions.
I actually would like to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Oh, we
I
have a motion on the
You have a
table
motion.
already. We do. We have one. It was motioned by Trustee Chancellor and seconded by myself. So at this moment in time, I think we've had the opportunity to have a discussion, have each trustee share their perspective. And so we're going to take a roll call vote for this particular item. Michelle, if you're able to please take the roll call vote.
I'll vote aye because I do believe that we followed the process, though I remain, I do, as I expressed, have some concerns about some of the terminology within the description.
No.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And this action passes. And now we move to also 11.03 was also pulled by Trustee Pachowski.
Yeah, I pulled this one because reading this description, I've got several problems with the description.
Trustee Pachowski, can you let us know where you're seated
Yes,
just
I'm
so we're
sorry.
able to follow? It's okay.
Political Science V19, Introduction to Politics of Race and Gender. I've got several, so I would move that we approve the Ventura College curriculum with the exception of Political Science V19, and so that we can discuss that separately.
So
11.03, Josh.
What page is it
Political
on?
Science
10.
V19 of V19.
Page 10 of 13.
Oh, I have it
Um,
based on.
POLS B13, I guess. Is that political science? Is that a political science course? Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got the online version, so it's page 10 of 13. Okay. Page 117. So is POLS V19, and is that a political science course? Okay.
So at this moment in time, we have a motion by trustee Pachowski and seconded by trustee Lichtel. And this is to approve the Ventura College curriculum with the exception of the political course V19, Introduction to the Politics of Race and Gender. Discussion.
I'm curious to hear your concerns. Just on a procedure process, I'm thinking of this as like our adopted budget, right? So if there's a part of the budget, I don't think I have the ability to say, I don't like this part of the budget. Let's prove everything but this. So I just want to make sure procedure wise, we have the ability to say, I'm good with all of the classes except for this one. So let's pass all of the classes and remove just one. If that
I was looking at it just like the consent calendar. Let's go ahead and approve everything that
I
we agree
understand.
on.
Hold on. I understand where you're coming from. I just don't know if procedure wise we can do that. So before we tap into that discussion, I just want to make sure, I don't want to waste our time.
I'll share a perspective that I have. The way I see it, a motion like this, particularly, I think when we look at our curriculum, we look at our curriculum as a whole. Typically, when we separate them is when we see action items, like the consent calendar. And so there are things that are going to come to us and we're able to say, I feel comfortable, I've reviewed these, but I want to pull these items. The curriculum comes to us as a whole. And at this moment in time, we're not able to really pull the course out. I'm not feeling comfortable pulling a course out, but
Chair Torres?
But I can go ahead and turn to our chancellor.
Yeah, I mean, I'll respectfully disagree, but I'll withdraw my second so that we can have a discussion about POLS V19 and then either approve or not the items based on that discussion. I mean, it does seem to me that making it, I don't think that making a comparison between the budget, which every item leads to a bottom line, and curriculum issues when all these courses are independent of each other is a fair comparison. And I think Trustee Pachowski was just trying to be efficient in approving all of the courses except the one that there was questions about.
Yeah. That was exactly it.
So I'll second his motion and call for the question.
I just wanted to have our chancellor just respond. Is
No,
we able
just,
to do
I
that?
appreciate trustee Chancellor's concern. I think that's a great question. The curriculum comes to you piecemeal. So it doesn't come to you like a budget where we've gone through an entire budget development process and you're receiving it that way. You could have one course, one board meeting, and 20 courses the next board meeting. So it's not necessarily a package deal. So pulling one course out for discussion and approving the rest is perfectly okay.
Okay, so then we go back to the motion on the table to approve the curriculum for Ventura College with the exception of political science course V19, Introduction to the Politics of Race and Gender, seconded by trustee Lichtel. So we are going to take a roll call vote for this motion.
Aye.
Aye.
And I as well. Okay. So now we have to discuss political science V19, Introduction to the Politics of Race and Gender.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Trustee Pachowski.
So reading this description, I've got several problems with this course. The first problem I have is that this course is not inclusive. This course lists just one gender. And if that's not enough, this course doesn't look at all races, just certain ones that are listed. The other problem I have is that the theory of intersectionality should be limited to class on general theories and politics. And frankly, intersectionality assigns value and credibility to a human being based on what groups they belong to, rather than who they are as an individual. It's completely and totally opposed to the message of Dr. Martin Luther King, whose birthday we celebrated yesterday. And so I have a problem with approving this class.
Okay. Any other trustee comments? Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, this is like extremely uncharted territory for me in my 6 years sitting at the board level for a course to get to us at this level, and for us to, and I don't want to paraphrase or take your words, but for us to say, I'm uncomfortable with the language of this course at this level. And I don't know. I guess I'm worried for accreditation purposes. I'm worried for the authors that create these courses. I'm worried on the alignment for higher, for CSUs and UCs. So yeah, I haven't even begun to craft like the ramifications of this, but it seems serious to tap in or to dive into to make a statement. I'm uncomfortable with the language of a course that the experts in the room, because I'm not.
Well, my degrees in my BA is in political science.
Okay, and my degree is in social science, and I'm not an expert in this because I'm not teaching the course. And I think the authors of these courses that have gone through the extensive process and systems to do that, they are the experts, and I'm not prepared to dishonor that process at this point. And it's not just about the process, because you can't leave out the process in what we're discussing. So those are my comments. But I would encourage the experts in the room to share their opinions at this point, because so far we have not heard from the Academic Senate, and I don't want to put the Academic Senate on the spot, but I, for one, am very curious on the practitioners in the room, and for me, the experts in the room and the guides of these courses. So no pressure, but, and that may be the wrong approach, Chancellor, and if it is, I'll rescind that request, but that's where I'm at.
Chair Torres, if I may.
Trustee Lickton.
I think, as I said previously, I think it's important to have thoughtful conversations about these items as they come to us. And I think I've heard things that aren't as thoughtful as I think we could be as individuals in our own positions, including Trustee Chancellor, what you said about dishonoring the individuals by not approving the course. I don't think that's the motive. I don't think that's the intention. I don't think that's what's happening here. We're not dishonoring the work or the individuals that are doing the work. There are questions about the course and how inclusive it is, and if it speaks to a broad enough range of our community to validate us as the Board of Trustees approving that course. And then on the other hand, I heard you object to what Trustee Pachowski said about his feelings about certain courses. And I would agree that from the standpoint of being a board member, we should be coming at it from the approach of a little bit more thoughtful than our feelings. Okay. And that's not I'm not knocking. I'm trying to get the board. Hey, if we're going to have thoughtful conversations, we need to be thoughtful about the things that we say. We need to think before we say those things, because, Trustee Pachowski, I too had issue with what Trustee Chancellor pointed out. And Trustee Chancellor, I've said it now 5 times. This is not questioning the process, but that was your first statement. And then your next statement was that we're dishonoring the individuals that wrote the course. That's not what we're doing. We're saying here that a course has come to us as the Board of Trustees. We were elected to represent our communities. And I think Trustee Pachowski's point and mine in the saying this is that I'm not sure that the description of this course represents the entire community. And so in that case, there are questions that we have. We're not saying the course isn't valid, shouldn't be approved. We're not saying that it didn't follow the process and that we're not honoring the work that happened. There's questions that we have because we're going to get questioned. So I think if we're gonna have thoughtful conversation, we need to be thoughtful. At your own risk. Just kidding.
Dr. Lorena
We're having a
Javi.
conversation.
Maybe another way of looking at it is why these courses came about in the first place. And it's because they tell the story that has not been told before. So it's not about inclusivity, about leaving something out. That story has been told. These are the pieces that we're learning that has been written more of. So that's the expansion of the curriculum, and we're expanding the offerings. Of course, I'm not the expert on the subject, but I can know that much, that this is just expanding on the offering to allow us to learn about that history or the consequences and the politics. But on the process, my concern, I guess, is that, and maybe I see it in a different way, is that when we're going to start questioning and stopping a course that we're expanding, what is next? The program? And these are higher ed institutions. We are higher ed institutions. So we need to preserve that academic purview and academic freedom to create these curriculums. That would be my appeal to you.
Student trustee.
In addition to giving student perspective, I'm also a political science major, not at Ventura, but at Moore Park. So the curriculum is different, not exactly the same, but I want to echo the words of Dr. Larita Habib in that this expands on the political science discipline. And I believe that all of the political science classes that I have taken have been incredible and genuinely just furthers my passion for what I'm studying. But in truth, I have not had the chance to learn about the politics of race and gender in the political science major. And I think that for the most part that this class is in my opinion and in my view more inclusive, because I do think that for the majority of curriculum and history, a lot of narratives have been written out and not included. And I think this is expanding on that. And also that students have a choice of what classes that they want to take. So for example, I took international or comparative politics over national, state, and local politics. So within political science, it's not saying that you have to take every single political science class offered. So the comparative politics and the national, state, and local filled the same requirement within the political science degree. But I just had the freedom to choose what I wanted to choose. And I'm assuming that this is not, this will follow kind of the same guideline, and those political science majors that want to expand their knowledge on the politics of race and gender within this class are able to do so by choosing that. And I also think that this is more of more of a detailed, less of like a broad focus. And I think that's also preparing for higher education when I transfer their more specified classes. And having this offered in community college, I think will prepare those students to really focus in on not just political science as a whole, but specific areas of political science. So That's my view as a student and a political science major.
Thank you, student trustee. And I will now speak. I will say for both courses that we discuss, as a Chicana woman who's in politics, there is a distinction and a difference of my experience. And I think when we talk about academic freedom and who we are in higher education is giving students the opportunity to choose and not control for them what courses they should take. One of the things in higher education, students have a choice. If this is not of interest to them, they don't have to take it. But if they so choose to want to just explore and know more about, I look right now, our student trustee, and if she says, I want to know more about this, what does it mean? I'm in politics or I want to go into political science. What is this course? What does it offer? We give them that choice. In community college, and that's who we are. We serve everyone. We have a place where everybody can come and get the studies they want, whether it's to transfer to the university, whether it's going to be because they want CTEs. They come and they want to just expand their learning, their history. These courses, the intensity, we don't have them at the K-12. They're looking into ethnic studies, but here, higher education, that's where people have a choice. And really the way that I look at this course is as an opportunity to give just all of our students opportunities to really just take courses of their interest. At college, we have AB 1725, and it's stipulated by law to ensure and to protect that our faculty have an opportunity to really come together and to design curriculum. There's something going on with my mic on the curriculum. And also as trustees, we trust and it goes through a process and we discuss it here. And, the more and more that we have conversations, I think and I hear, and I've heard it in the past, how are we as trustees part of a conversation? Because many times, right now we're discussing curriculum, but the budget has come to us many times as well. And there's questions and we're like, at what point do we get to give our input in the process? Because it always comes to us for an action item. Thank you. It always comes to us for an action item. And now we're having these deliberations, which are healthy. And I want to thank all of the fellow trustees to be able to express how they feel, because this is how we come together to look into what is it that we're going to do as a college as a whole. So the way I see it, I think I heard our president, Dr. Lorido Habib, say the academic freedom and who we are and what we stand for as community college is really we're a college of communities. I know Trustee Lichtel mentioned something that I think it's important. Can I please have explanation of the term? So what exactly are we saying? Because when I meet with my constituencies or individuals that come to me, I'd like to be able to be prepared to be able to truly say this is what we're saying with this course, should anybody have an interest. But we are here to defend and to provide opportunities to all of our students with their interests. And that's the beauty of higher education. That's the beauty of diversity of thought. That's the beauty of knowledge, is to be able to continue to expand. And as trustees, we give really that authority to our chancellor alongside with the colleges to have that freedom to do so. We have our academic senates that are here to speak as well as reports. So I just wanted to, at this moment, I know there's not a motion on the table, it was pulled for discussion. I don't know if there's any additional discussion or if someone wants to make a motion to pass this, to approve this course or not, but there needs to be a motion on the table. Trustee Chancellor, were you going to say something?
I don't want to cut off Chancellor McLennan.
Oh.
Nope.
No,
good.
okay. Or anyone else that is inclined to speak, but hearing none, yeah, I'll be happy to make a motion for political science V19.
Okay, so we have on the table a motion for approval of political science V19. Is there a second? Okay, seconded by student trustee Whalen. Okay, and I think we've had a discussion on it, so I'm going to ask Michelle to please take a roll call vote.
I will vote aye because I believe that it did go through the appropriate process, and I appreciate the opportunity to be heard with the concerns that I'm representing from some of my constituents.
Nay.
Aye. Thank you. And with this, move on to 12.01, and this was pulled by Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you for that. I had a very, very brief question on some of the approval ratification on personnel provisional limited term in the printed version. I'm looking at page 185. There were two positions, and that is program director and program director 1. Are these manager type of positions, admin positions? And in fact, if that's the case, is this an outside employee kind of coming in and managing as a program director for, in this case, 3 months? And the second one is for 6 months. We just I had a question on that. So I don't know.
Can you tell us again what the title is that you're?
Sure. It's the,
There's 2 program director ones on that.
Right.
page.
yeah. So one's for 3 months, one's for 6 months. So there's a section that is approval ratification personnel, and it's at the top, it says provisional limited
Got it.
term.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering if we're hiring this position as a short time, provisional limited term, do they also have manager responsibilities? I don't know. I'm not familiar with the.
I'm going to
program director.
bypass Vice Chancellor Barroso and go straight to Andrea Ingley, if she's still with us. Thank you. And we will get a technical answer.
Both of those classifications are managerial. So if the college is requesting for a provisional employee, usually that employee would be from the outside, temporary, and they would have managerial responsibilities.
Okay. That was my question. I had a very light concern that if we're bringing someone in for a short term on the managerial perspective, but that's for a later time. So with that, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve 12.01.
Second.
Motion by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, motion passes. Thank you. Now we go to 12.03, also yes. Oh, this is the one, okay. So 12.03, actually, I know you pulled it also out of the consent calendar, but the district was also going to actually pull this item.
That's a win-win. Wow.
Lose-lose.
Lose-lose.
Yeah,
Okay.
but come back. We'll come
Well,
back.
we don't need to talk about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Is the item being pulled? Is there a rationale for that? Other than it was pulled by trustee Chancellor?
We had an administrative clerical error in the item, so we're going to bring it back next month.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. And so with this, we move on to our board policy now, 13.01.
Item 13.01.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Chancellor.
In the past, I've always voted no against this item. I know there's statutory increases in our student worker pay. And if you look, I know we do have some categories where our student workers are getting paid more, but we also have a large category of student workers that are still making minimum wage. And I really do appreciate the chart that aligns with our classified employees. To me, on an equity piece, it just doesn't seem fair, as later in the agenda, we're going to be approving a salary increase, also known as a raise, why our student workers wouldn't also receive that. Now, you could argue, well, they're receiving a raise here. Yeah, that's a statutory raise to follow state law. But it doesn't seem quite fair to me to say every employee of our district is receiving this percentage raise, except for, you could argue maybe, I wouldn't say our most at need, but a lot of our student workers, any increase makes a huge difference, as for any employee. But to me, it just, on an equity piece, doesn't seem fair. So that was a comment I wanted to make.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? Trustee Lichtel. You're welcome. Okay, since there's no further discussion, student trustee, how do you, well, you made the motion, but how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And so for this one, I believe trustee Chancellor is going to step away. 14.01. He doesn't? Usually, I don't, usually always
there.
leave, but you can sit if you want.
You just can't vote. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, when I vote no, don't hold it against me.
Right, that would be.
All right, with that.
Okay, so is there a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve 14.01 as submitted.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so moved by trustee Lichtel, second at trustee Pachowski. Discussion? I didn't think so. Student trustee, how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. With this, we now move on to 15.01. Action to approve the acceptance of the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024.
Thank you. Ask Valerie Mitchell to lead us through these items.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. Trustees, tonight we bring to you the action that's being brought forward is to approve the acceptance of the unaudited financial statements for fiscal year ending June 30th of 2024. So in accordance with Ed Code and our Board of Governors regulations, the Board of Trustees are required to provide for and review the annual audit of all funds. This year, our audit received an unmodified opinion, which is also known as a clean opinion. It is the highest opinion that the district can receive from the auditors. And that's a testament to our fiscal team. And I have with me our Director of Fiscal Services, Miss Emily Day, who worked very closely with our auditors. And our auditors are here to present this report to you. So I'm going to hand it over to Miss Day to make the introduction.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. McLennan. I'm pleased to present the audited financial statements for 23-24. Our external auditors with Eide Bailey has issued an opinion over the financial statements as a whole, our federal compliance, which is also known as the single audit, and then their third opinion is over state compliance, which is the State Chancellor's Office issues a CDAM, the Contracted District Audit Manual, and it goes through all the state compliance areas that the external auditors would test and issue an opinion on. So we have with us Bill Roush with Eide Bailey, the audit partner, to present to you the results as well as take any questions.
All right, thank you. I think, Emily, you're going to pull up the summary of audit results.
Yes.
All right, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to go over the audit results for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. Again, my name is Bill Roush. I'm a partner with Eide Bailey, and I was the engagement partner over the audit. I think this page in the audit report really gives a snapshot of the three opinions that we give as auditors.
Bill, can you hear us?
Uh-huh.
They're working on the volume right now because we're not able to hear you. So do you mind just waiting for a minute?
Not a problem.
That's a little better.
I think it was a little better.
Bill, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little echoey, but I think it's better than it was before.
Okay. You want me to try again?
Oh, perfect. Now we're good.
All right. You guys are loud and clear, so hopefully you guys can hear me.
Yeah, now.
Are we good to go?
Yep.
All right. This page in the audit report, the summary of audit results, gives us a really good snapshot on what we do as auditors. We issue three opinions that was stated before. The first opinion over the financial statements, and then in the middle of the page, you'll see that there's another opinion over the federal awards. And then the last opinion is over the state compliance area from the Chancellor's office that was mentioned earlier. And I'll go over each opinion and be brief about it. So the first opinion at the top is over the financial statements. As you see there, we were able to issue an unmodified opinion. That is the highest level of assurance that we can give as auditors. In addition, we had no audit adjustments, which is fantastic. So the numbers that were presented in the unaudited, or in the 311 back to the board back in October, probably you received that. We had no audit adjustments. So we were able to take those numbers in the 311. We were able to vouch all those numbers to the general ledger, to supporting documentation such as invoices. We looked at purchase orders. We looked at invoices. We looked at payroll records. And we looked at everything in order to get it comfortable with the numbers that were in there presented. And overall, we had no material weaknesses identified. We had no significant deficiencies, and there was no non-compliance. So again, highest level of opinion that we can give over the financial statements. Why is this important? The first thing is when the accreditation team comes out to look at the financial statements of the district, this is the first opinion that they're looking at. They're looking at the opinion over the financial statements. They want to make sure that the monies are being spent in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Also, when you go out for bonds, this is the first opinion that the bond rating agencies look at in order to determine what rating they're going to give you on your bond. So the financial statements, very important. The next opinion that we give is over the federal awards. The district this year received approximately about $51.1 million in federal awards. They received approximately $60.5 million in federal awards. We had an audit 51.1, which is about 84%. We audited 2 programs this year, as you'll see there in the middle of the page. The Student Financial Assistance Cluster, which is all the student financial aid that goes out to the former students, of about $47.8 million. And then we are also required this year to audit the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds from COVID-19, which was another $3.3 million. And so that's how we come up with the $51.1 million. Out of those 2 programs, I'm happy to report that we did not have any areas of concern or any areas of non-compliance. And we had no findings to report. So in addition, we were able to issue an unmodified opinion over the federal awards with no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies, and no areas of non-compliance. So again, very important. And then the last opinion that we give is over the state compliance. That's at the bottom of this page. And you'll see there, as it says there, we were able to issue another unmodified opinion. Just some of the areas that we're required to look by from the state chancellor's office every year is the DSP&S program, dual enrollment, education protection account funds, residency testing, students activity load. There's a slew of requirements. And I'm happy to report that we did not have any areas of non-compliance over any of those areas. And again, we were able to issue an unmodified opinion. You'll notice that after page 91, the summary of audit results, there's 3 blank pages. That's usually where I know a lot of board members like to go to make sure that whatever findings they are, that they know about them. But you'll see those are all blank pages. They say none reported. And so I always let everybody know that's a good thing, right? Whenever there's none reported, you could draw a little happy face on there to know that you did not have any areas of non-compliance to follow up on. So that is my report for the audit for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. And I would be happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Chair Torres, I would just ask, and I'm not sure who would know the answer to this, but how many years or how long has this company, Aid by Bailey, done our audit reports?
So Eid Bailey has, we issued a contract with Eid Bailey 6 years ago for external audit services. We are in the middle of reviewing an RFP for audit services. We're hoping to respond and recommend to the Chancellor a contract for audit services at next month's board meeting. As far as Bill, he's been our audit partner based
For the last 5 years, yeah.
Okay.
Professional standards. Eid Bailey was acquired by, had acquired our previous audit firm. So I just wanted to disclose that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I guess that answers my question. So, thank you. A lot of gratitude to our staff, our entire staff, from our chancellor on down, bookkeepers, whoever's doing this work, all the nuts and bolts. Thank you for doing the right thing and for following process and procedure and board policy, so that that leads to this kind of report. That's very much appreciated.
Any other questions or comments from the trustees?
Just looks like an excellent report.
Okay. So are we ready to make a motion?
Move to approve the audit report as provided.
Second.
By trustee Pachaski, so motion made by trustee Leto, second by trustee Pachaski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 15.02.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichtel.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 15.02 as provided.
Okay, motion made by trustee Lichtel. Second. Is there a second to the motion? Okay. Seconded by trustee Chancellor. Discussion.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Trustee Pachaski.
The audit report does show that the Oxnard College Foundation has several significant deficiencies, and I just want to make sure that that action's being taken to remedy those deficiencies moving forward.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if there's someone here from the Oxnard College Foundation.
Actually, I think Ms. Day was going to speak to the foundation audit report, and I believe
Okay.
that she's going to, if necessary, call them.
So our Oxnard College Foundation Executive Director is Peter Parker. He has in his presentation of the audit results to the Oxnard College Foundation Board, these significant deficiencies were discussed. So I'll address them separately. The segregation of duties is a function of how small the Oxnard College Foundation team is. It is part of the executive plan to staff up as the budget allows, and the Oxnard College Foundation Board believes that there could be more robust segregation of duties with a larger staff and larger team over at the College Foundation. So it is a part of their strategic plan. As far as QuickBooks, there were challenges with transitioning from the desktop platform to an online platform. The Oxnard College Foundation and the executive director believe that these challenges will be addressed with the hiring of a new bookkeeper, making account adjustments, as well as updating and restructuring the chart of accounts. So there is a plan and continued discussions about areas of improvement as noted by these two significant deficiencies. We also have Peter Parker on Zoom if there are additional questions.
Thank you, Emily.
Chair
Trustees,
Torres.
Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, if I may, I appreciate your description and the idea that unfortunately for whatever reason they're still building capacity within that foundation in order to spread the workload so that we don't end up in these situations where the audit comes back as a negative. I'm wondering, in that case, is there support that could come from the district office? Would that be appropriate or oversight? I think it probably does. That probably does overlap into an area that we really shouldn't be delving into. But I certainly want to be, for one, a board member that supports our foundations and the great work that they do and the aspirational work that they're doing. And I would hate for a situation where they're just building capacity would reflect poorly not only on that program, the institution, the district, but also maybe jeopardize their ongoing existence. So if there's anything that we can do as a district, if it's appropriate, if it's legal, I would encourage us to do that. And I would love to hear from Mr. Parker if we're on the right track as far as what the concern is. And if not, that's okay too.
Yeah.
I think that's okay. I think we've had our, I think I've had my questions answered. Nobody else has anything.
I just have one question. How
Trustee
much
Petrowski.
oversight do we as a board have over college foundations? Maybe that's a question for the chancellor.
Question, but I'm not going to do that. So each of the college's foundations are governed by a separate board, as you all know, and they are 503c organizations in their own right. However, they only exist with a connection to our colleges. So there is the board does approve these audits, and they are supported in part by our district and college financial services folks, but not from a governance or an oversight role.
I was afraid of that.
Okay. All righty. I don't think there's any further questions. So we do have a motion on the table. Student trustee, how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With this, we move to 16.01. Action to approve the sabbatical leave recommendations for 2025, 2026. Chancellor?
Thank you. I won't go through the background that's in the board materials. I hope you've all had a chance to take a look at that. This is an annual occurrence, comes to the board after going through all the very significant process at the college level to encourage faculty to apply for and develop sabbatical plans. You have the summaries of those plans in front of you, and they're here for board approval. I'll just add one other thing. This is and I know we talk about this every year, but I think it's worth repeating that this is a cherished and long-standing feature of the academy in terms of faculty renewal and tenured professors to be able to do focused exploration in their disciplines and subject matters that are relative to their teaching and learning. And all of the proposals that you have summaries of here reflect that intent.
And Chair Torres, I think I asked last year and did get a response that these individuals come back and they do provide not only a written report, feedback to their own local college, their community, their departments. Those are available for us as board members as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
If I may ask a question, Chair Torres?
Trustee Petrowski.
I noticed that we've got a list of faculty members who are on the in the first, I guess, 14, and then we have a list of alternates. I noticed that I tried to read at least one of the proposals that was on the district website, that being faculty member Mark Bates, who's one of the alternates. But unfortunately, it was not readable because when I clicked on the link, it pulled up the proposal for Melissa Garcia instead. And that concerned me because I wanted to take a look and see what Professor Bates wanted to do as part of his sabbatical.
That was, if I may, that was, I believe that was Oxnard College.
Yes.
So that link has been corrected. And the information is available, but I think somebody from Oxnard College could maybe speak to those specific questions that you have.
Well, that was,
in terms of,
that was, I mean, like I say, I'm just looking at it right now for the first time.
no, but I was going to ask somebody to help provide that information on the terms of the sabbatical itself, 1 semester, 2 semester.
Well, the other question I had was what is the typical process on this? I mean, there's a list, there's one list and there's a list of alternates, so what's the usual process for
How do
that?
they get sorted?
How do we get sorted? How do we, you know, is it simply the preference of the board as far as which ones we approve? Or what's the typical process for this?
So this is, it's defined in a couple different ways. There's a college level process that determines eligibility and all of that, and makes the decisions about specific faculty who are eligible for sabbatical, which ones they're prioritized, because there's not unlimited funds to do all of the sabbaticals that we would typically want to do. The alternates are there. That's, I think, a descriptive term. If one of the other ones, if somebody leaves prior to the sabbatical, or something else happens that makes them unable to pursue their sabbatical opportunity, then we would go through the alternates. This is also a feature contained in the collective bargaining agreement, and defined pretty.
So it's not a matter where we have to necessarily
Pick and choose or
anything
rank
like
or
that.
any of that. No, the list that you get is the ranked list that's coming to the board for approval per the college processes and the collective bargaining agreement.
You look confused though.
Oh,
No, I just want to clarify, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding. I think I am. So the colleges ranked the proposals. So I'm going to take Moore College, for example, because that's the first one on the list of the, I guess, approved ones. Moore College received a stack of sabbatical proposals. You guys went through those, you culled through theirs. You went through some kind of a process that included, I'm sure, a lot of feedback, and you ranked yours based on where you felt they fit the college needs the most. And then all three colleges did the same. And we ended up with 14, because that's what the budget allows. But they seem to be ranked 1 through 14, because they're not in order from Moore Park, Oxnard, Ventura, or is that just a random? That's just
a listing. It's a listing, not a
Okay,
ranking.
so that's just a ranking thing. It's not a ranking.
Well, it does say rank though.
It
Chad.
does, yeah.
Column 1 is rank.
I
Well, I guess
I'm not opposed to the process. I'm sure it's exhaustive. I'm sure that, again, we're going to get feedback back, and we're going to have the opportunity to review those reports. But, if they were ranked, I mean, what was the process, if I could impose on one of you two? And the ranking piece, can you just explain how that worked? Because some of those items didn't make the top rank, the top 14.
Sure. So each campus, I'm sure, has an identical process. Faculty are given a deadline to apply to the sabbatical committee. It's a subcommittee of the academic senate composed of unlimited, but it's a limited number of faculty from the campus. They have a rubric. So each campus sabbatical subcommittee will have its own rubric using the criteria. They have an application, a deadline for feedback on our campus. So they submit, if they meet the feedback deadline, they'll get feedback regarding the rubric. And then there's a final submission deadline. And then that committee, each member is using the rubric to rank the applications, and we give them in a ranked order to the district. So all three of us have. So that's number 3 is Oxnard College, but really that's Oxnard College's number 1, but not
Sure.
multiple people can't be in the number 1 spot. So you're
Understood.
just seeing like the top ranked candidates are 1 through 3, and then the second rank are 4 through 6, and
For
so
Oxnard
on.
College. Okay.
Well, actually for all of them. So it goes Moore Park, Ventura, Oxnard, 1 through 3. Those are all each ranked number 1 on our respective campuses.
Got it.
And then 4
4, 5,
is
and 6
Moore
were the
Park,
second.
5 is Ventura, 6 is Oxnard. Those are all ranked number 2
Got
on
it.
our
Thank you.
respective campuses.
That was helpful.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. That's not really explicit here.
okay. So any further questions? Are we ready for the motion?
Make a motion.
Okay. Motion by trustee Chancellor, second,
Second.
seconded by trustee Lichtel. Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. And now we move to 16.02, action to approve the tentative agreement between the Ventura County Community College District and the Ventura County Federation of College Teachers, AFT Local 1828.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichtel?
In making a motion to approve this item, I want to thank both the bargaining units from both the Teachers Association as well as the district office and our representation for doing such a great job in bringing us together that and leading to this proposal. So I move that we approve as submitted.
Second.
Okay. So moved by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Paczewski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, 16.03, action to approve salary adjustment for unrepresented employees.
Just to understand, this just brings our unrepresented employees up to the same off-schedule raise of 2.5% that both SIEU and AFT are receiving. And so that's the only nuance here. Okay. In that case, if there's no other questions, I'll move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Okay. So motion by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Paczewski. Any further discussion or comment? No? Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Passes. Thank you. There are no items under institutional effectiveness. And so with this, we move to the Chancellor's report.
Thank you. I again commend you all the reports, individual reports you received in the course of the development of this month's board agenda. I also want to extend my appreciation to the trustees for attending the January 7th workshop on district-wide strategic planning, as you all noticed. And first of all, I appreciate your engagement in the process, but also the appreciation you expressed for the fullness of it and the wide-ranging input that the process is garnering from within and without our organization across our entire service area. Last week, we hosted here at the district office a convening of our higher education leaders throughout Ventura County. So it included Cal Lutheran University and CSU Channel Islands, as well as our leadership from our three colleges and at the district level. And the purpose of that meeting was to conversation has already begun, but this was a working meeting to discuss the transition of the federal government leadership and its impact and potential impact on our colleges and universities, and what principles or messaging we might collectively develop in order to communicate with our constituents and certainly our students about those principles. So it was a good interaction, a lot of concern, as you can imagine, for many of our students, especially our students, our DACA student status students, and their families as well. And we also discussed other kind of wide-ranging issues that may impact higher education over the course of the next several years. So nothing more specific than that. We will be developing a joint principal message on some level that we'll be sending out to our students district-wide and through these other institutions as well. I want to also mention the Economic Development Collaborative annual meeting that was held last week. Our very own Vice Chancellor, Dr. Cynthia Herrera, is the chair-elect, chair in waiting. Yes. Yeah, which is a significant leadership position in that area of certainly workforce development. The theme of this year's meeting was on upskilling talent, which speaks directly to the resources the Ventura County Community College District has put into workforce development career and technical education and customized contract training, incumbent employee training, all of those things that help students see themselves, see the value of engaging with us in some way in terms of how it might further their career. I want to add my appreciation to Trustee Pachowski for joining us for that meeting. It was a panel presentation on many of the things that are happening statewide and locally, and it was very informative. We also had a chance to do a little presentation on the efforts of the Ventura County Community College District in that space as well. I want to extend my appreciation to all to the campuses that engaged in weekend services for our students. The reports I got and what you heard tonight, several hundred students access those services. And I know it made a big difference for those students who could not have gotten to those services otherwise. And lastly, I'll just end with saying happy birthday to Teresa. I didn't want to let that go. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. And so now we move to trustee reports. We start with our student trustee.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone had a nice and restful break. I'll begin by congratulating both Chair Torres and Trustee Pachowski on their first official meeting in their new roles. And I'll continue my report by highlighting that the Delta Alpha Pi International Honor Society will be hosting its spring induction ceremony on January 30th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. in the Campus Center Conference Room of Moore Park College. Delta Alpha Pi is both a club and honor society that honors and celebrates the achievements of students with disabilities. While the club is open to all, students seeking induction in the Honor Society must have a verified disability. Delta Alpha Pi is a remarkable organization dedicated to fostering a supportive and inclusive environment where students with disabilities feel empowered and valued. The society also plays a critical role in disability advocacy, working to challenge and reduce the stigma surrounding disabilities. As a proud member of the Honor Society and serving as this year's Vice President, I invite anyone interested in attending the induction ceremony as a guest to please contact me at my email, which is studenttrustee@vcccd.edu for more details. And I also want to highlight that not only is it my role as student trustee to advocate and represent all students in the Ventura County Community College District, but it is also in my character to use my voice to speak and stand for those who may not be able to do so for themselves. I will relentlessly advocate for and support undocumented students or students with undocumented family members and loved ones, students of the LGBTQ+ community, and more specifically, transgender students, students who rely on accessible and affordable healthcare, including reproductive healthcare, students with disabilities, students affected by natural disasters that are worsened by climate change, students facing food insecurity, and any other students of marginalized communities, and every single student in the Ventura County Community College District. I hope that this statement is not viewed as political, but rather seen as a firm stance for student success and for unalienable human rights. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, student trustee. Trustee Pachowski.
I'm working hard to get up to speed as quickly as possible. My approach, frankly, is to try to be as visible as possible to my constituents. To that end, I'm willing to meet with almost anybody that wants to discuss any issues of concern or other matters. On December 24th, I met with a constituent regarding AB 1705. I mentioned that meeting a little bit earlier. That constituent is an instructor at Moore Park College, and he wanted to bring me up to speed on the implementation of the legislation and the concerns that the instructor and other instructors in the Moore Park College math department have about the removal of remedial math programs from our community colleges. And I certainly plan on having conversations with our state legislators up in Sacramento this weekend about that. During winter break, I accidentally discovered an issue at which I alluded to earlier during the discussion about dualenroll.com regarding the reporting of dual enrollment grades from students at Moore Park High School. I learned that the fall 2024 dual enrollment grades had been reported for a junior at Moore Park High. At the same time, the same student's grade for a dual enrollment course from the spring had not yet been reported. It led me to asking a Moore Park High School counselor why the fall grade showed, but the spring grade didn't. And the counselor indicated that Moore Park College had cited what she referred to as privacy issues as a reason for not reporting the spring grades. As a result of this, I reached out to Chancellor McLennan to cut through the red tape and to get Moore Park College to release those grades to Moore Park High School. Last Thursday, I confirmed that Moore Park College had released the spring grades to Moore Park High. So I want to thank Chancellor McLennan and Vice Chancellor Herrera, as well as the entire staff for getting that fixed so quickly. On January 7th, I participated in the Community College League's new trustee webinar. And then on January 14th, I met with Simi Valley City Councilwoman Elaine Litster. She wanted to express her support for having cafeterias and food service available on all our campuses and Moore Park College in particular. I agree that this needs to be a priority, and I did bring this up when I met with the Chancellor last Friday. Last Thursday, January 16th, I attended the annual meeting of the EDC representing the board. I was the only board member there. The district was the main sponsor of the event, which made sense since we have such a large focus on workforce development. And it was a great opportunity for the district as a whole to be visible to the community. When we went through our special meeting a few weeks ago, one of the pieces of feedback we saw from the earlier sessions that had come back was the word invisible. And so I appreciated the opportunity for the district as a whole to be more visible. Last Friday, I did meet with Chancellor McLennan and Dr. Putnam to ask questions about tonight's agenda and get a better understanding of how things work. Earlier today, I actually tried to attend the Community College League's monthly government relations webinar. Unfortunately, my phone would not stop ringing. So I'm going to have to go back and watch the recorded version of that. Other than that, I'm looking forward to attending this weekend's Community College League Effective Trustee Workshop and annual legislative conference this weekend up in Sacramento. And I'm looking forward to the ACCT Legislative Summit next month. I would like to see us. I don't know if we have anybody. I did ask this via email, Chancellor, and I don't think I ever quite got a response. I was interested in finding out if we had anybody following any particular legislation for us. And the other item that I'd like to see us discuss in the very near future, given the issues that our campuses have faced in just the last 10 days with respect to power problems, I'd like to see a report from staff with possible solutions avoiding Southern California Edison. Specifically, I'd like to see how I spoke with President Sekenyu at the EDC event on Thursday about this a little bit. He indicated that Moore Park College has solar, but it's not enough apparently to power the entire campus. An investment in something like solar panels and batteries to hold the energy, in my opinion, is something that we could take reserve funds from to pay for, and then pay the reserves back in saving on the energy bill month after month. So I'd like to see us consider, at least see what the costs would be to consider moving all three of our campuses to solar self-sufficiency. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Pacheski. Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you for that thorough report, Trustee Pachowski. The only thing I have besides our first meeting, first official meeting in January, Happy New Year, is a concern I've heard a little bit, and I think it's an exciting concern, but it's the fill rate for ethnic studies courses, specifically for dual enrollment students. They seem to be pretty maxed out, and it's a great problem to have, but there's more demand for supply. I think it echoes some of the academic senate's logistical concern of the pie, the puzzle piece, right? The HR side, the recruiting people, and making sure that there are enough courses open to meet that growing demand. Many of our K-12 partners, they have a graduation requirement that their students, before they can graduate high school, have to take an ethnic studies course, modeled, of course, after higher ed courses to be aligned as well to get UC accreditation approval. So with that said, a number of high school students are eagerly wanting to take courses at the higher ed, also known as Moore Park, Ventura, and Oxnard College, which is great. So just an awareness on that hopefully we can expand those course offerings. And I'm excited for the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Vice Chair Lichtel.
Yeah, and Happy New Year to everyone. In the Academic Senate report for Moore Park College specifically, I read and learned quite a bit about the AB 1705 work that's happening on the campus. There was a really great interview that was provided that I did listen to. I think it was about 30 or 40 minutes, and a complimentary article and a like a 6-minute, I think it was ABC News somewhere did a story on a follow-up, and one of our staff members in particular, Rena Weiss, I believe her name was singled out as really kind of leading some of that work. I think that as far as 1705 is concerned, I think obviously there's a lot of discussion. I think that's an important piece. I certainly want us to raise the bar for our students and make sure that we are preparing students to go to the next level as prepared as they can be. At the same time, I want to make sure that while we're doing that we're not excluding some students because the criteria may be higher than maybe their preparation allows them to walk into, so to speak. I'm aware that STEM majors are required to take calculus as within their first year of college admission. And I think that's a great bar. I just don't know, based on my 40 years of K-12 experience, that every high school graduate that may or may not see themselves as a STEM student is prepared to take a college calculus class right out of the chute. So I think there's a big degree for discussion, a big place for discussion, and I appreciate the work that's happening at Moore Park College and Oxnard and Ventura College, because I know everyone is doing the same work. But in particular, Rena Weiss was singled out, and I wanted to thank her for her work, as well as the college leadership with that. I'm a big believer in the Socratic method of teaching, and that does require somebody, the teacher in most cases, to ask a lot of questions. I certainly do not put myself in that place in our discussions earlier today. I really feel like I'm more the student, but the nuance of the Socratic method, and for the younger folks, they probably would follow the inquiry method, Dewey and Piaget and so forth. But for me, I'd go back to Socrates because I think that's the foundation of it. It really is a lot about questioning and not providing answers, but having the discussions, the thoughtful discussions that lead to really a better outcome. Covey talks about, we're all working together and we're coming up with a better solution than just, something that's dictated to us. So I do believe in that process. And so when I ask questions, I try to exclude any value per se. It's a question. And if it comes from a concern, then I will state that. But it is based on the idea that we are in higher ed, all of us. And like I said, I'm a 40-year educator. And so, asking questions is part of what we do. And it's appropriate. And I appreciated the conversation today, Dr. Laredo Habib, especially your comments. So thank you very much for doing that. Even though you felt like you were going on a limb, you're never doing that with me. So I thank you for that. But you know, in that discussion, Trustee Pachowski mentioned, you know, MLK, whose birthday we celebrated yesterday. And, you know, I grew up in an era closer to Dr. Martin Luther King than some of you may be in this room, and was brought up on the premise of a colorblind society, you know, and a society that would treat, you know, he talked about treating his children and seeing his children based on the content of their character and not by the color of their skin. And, you know, I still do adhere to that. I think that's kind of my litmus test, if you will. And you know, quite frankly, last meeting, we had a little discussion about anti-racism, and there were some authors that were mentioned, and some of these other individuals, they're proposing a totally different view of race. You know, it's not colorblind. And so, you know, again, when we ask these questions, they are, you know, we want to learn, we want to know, we want to understand, and at the same time, you know, if there's some concerns, then certainly I'm willing and able to present those. So, you know, I appreciated that, and I appreciate you reminding us of MLK, because, you know, again, his words do ring with me to this day. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee. I really want to take the time to really thank everyone for sharing their perspectives, Board of Trustees for being vulnerable with one another, our presidents for really being able to speak and stand strong for your colleges and your mission and what you believe in, from your faculty, from everyone being here present. And it's wonderful that we're able to have those wonderful conversations together. And I know we've been talking about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who we celebrated yesterday. When I listened to I Have a Dream and the colorblind, to me, it was because during those times, if you're brown, if you're black, you were treated as second class. You had to sit in the back of the bus. You went to a different school. You didn't get the same treatment. So he was hoping that there would be an America, that there would be a place where we would value everyone. Because at that time, we were seeing color. And who we are as a community college is to really live by the values of equity, of justice. And we define it being diverse, diverse of thought, diverse of what does things look like in communication and collaboration as we come together. I think what we are seeing is the beginning of a beautiful collaboration within our colleges and the Board of Trustees. I'm hearing different ways of communicating and having more thoughtful conversations where the trustees are part of the process, probably in the middle of it, not necessarily towards the very end. And that goes for budget, that goes for curriculum, that goes for anything that comes our way. I heard tonight a couple charges, perhaps for committees. And I'm going to go back. I heard legislation from Trustee Pachowski. You said, I would like to see who's following legislation, because we need to go and lobby. What do our students need? Because we're going to visit Sacramento. There'll be some trustees going to DC, and we partner up with our colleges and we lobby. And so I think that's wonderful charge for the past committee, which you will be sitting in, and to be able to look at that. And that's actually one of the charges that we have. So definitely exploring that with Trustee Mantooth, who will be with you in that committee. I heard also the possibility of exploring reserve funds to look more into the solar panels and what would that look like. That perhaps can be a conversation as we are now starting to develop a budget. And so maybe I know there was or budget study sessions we had at one point, and I know that in previous conferences it's discussed about having conversations early on with the trustees about what are some of the areas that what's coming our way, what are we hearing from the state, how do things look like, our budget development perspectives that you have, recommendations. And I remember we had a budget study session. Was it a year ago you were here? I think 2 years ago. It was really good. It was really helpful. Just to know what were the priorities, what were some of the projects that the colleges were working on, and the reason as to these funds and why we were reserving. And since we have a new trustee, Trustee Pachowski, I think it would be beneficial for him to also have the opportunity for all of us to revisit the process and what the funds mean, just like we did it during that budget study session. So that would probably be something to consider if it's of interest to the board. Is it of interest to the board, just so we're able to know, because our district would need to plan. So having a budget study session, would that be of interest to the board?
Absolutely.
So am I hearing consensus? Okay. So if we were to have a budget study session, Chancellor, do you know when that would start or when that could be? Just so, like, no. It sounds like, am I hearing consensus from the board? That's a
Well-
desire for,
With all due respect with respect to the governor's budget. Honestly, with this particular governor in years past, the initial draft of the budget in January doesn't look anything close to what the final version of the budget is. And so, I mean, it's really after the May revise where things kind of really start to matter. And that's just the reality of the situation.
What, Mayor?
yes.
So what we, Trustee Chowski, what we would, yes, you're true. And even in the adoption budget, there's oftentimes
Sure.
very
From
significant.
May revise to the
And
adopted
especially,
budget, you're right.
especially under this administration, it's been more unpredictable later in the, until later in the game than probably even in prior years. What we would do is we will be developing our budget assumptions, and the things, the principles that are going to guide this district and the colleges through our budget with what we do know, which is, I mean, that's the structure that we have to accommodate as we begin our early work on this. And it's that content that we'd want to make the board knowledgeable about. And so what's the direction of our budget development process? What is the process? What are the elements that are making the base of the assumptions that are driving the decisions that we're going to be making as we go through this process? And it will be something that's iterative over the next 6 months, to be sure. But it's that early work on, okay, how are we structuring this in terms of what we know and with the assumptions that we're making based on what we know and where our enrollment is going and a lot of other complexities around that. It would be helpful at the front end of this for all board members to see that work.
That makes absolute sense.
Yeah, I would agree that would make sense, especially since we have a new leader in that department. It would be great for the board to kind of hear the philosophy and the process that Ms. Mitchell brings, so that we can all be clear on that. And I think we've had those reports in the 2 previous years that I've heard the budget process. I think what's been missing is a little bit of the specifics about how it actually works, and I think that's what we're asking for.
And I think a study session would be warranted, especially since we have a new trustee. There's great conversations and we can dive a little bit deeper if we need to, just on the budget. And so I would just like to know of a month of the staff that they think that this can happen, just so trustees just start thinking about your calendars, that you might get an invite from the staff potentially on a certain month that you believe you might have something ready for us. And I'm just,
We'll work on we're developing a budget timeframe right now. So all
Okay.
of this is getting, we're very early in the process. You'll hear from Lisa Putnam in terms of, and if you recall, in past years, what we've presented to the board was actually a timeline of key activities that happened during the budget development process, along with all that other work that I just mentioned. So all of that will be forthcoming.
thank you. So I'm going to list just for our notes, Vice Chair, that we're going to have a budget study session. I'm going to have list the chancellor as a person responsible, just so we remember that we're going to have a study session date. So we start kind of planning on our calendars, because we get really,
for everything, actually.
he's responsible, and then he'll let us know, he'll assign someone, but that way he'll let us know when the budget study session is going to take place. I also I read the reports also from the Academic Senate presidents, and I also read the More Parks AB 1705, which I found was really interesting, just to be able to see the perspective and the shift that's taking place, because for a long time, there was this movement almost for no remediation courses. And so now there's a shift from the chancellor's office to be able to actually be able to provide the supports that our students need, as opposed to, it seems like, co-curricular courses to have some other courses that our students may need. So I found that to be also very insightful. So thank you very much for sending that our way. For Academic Senate, Oxnard College, Dolores, you mentioned there was a report, an equity report that there was 2 sentences that you read from. I was wondering if you would be able to send that our way to be able to see that report, so we're able to read it. It sounded very, very interesting.
It'd be great if we all got that.
Mm-hmm. So should she send it to
The chancellor.
the chancellor?
Looking forward.
Okay. To the chancellor, Dolores, and then he'll make sure to forward it to us. And then for me, we talked about PLA agreements, looking into maybe January or February, a study session. And so I'm wondering when we can anticipate a study session. I know it didn't happen this month. I'm not sure if we're ready for next month, but
We can be, again, we have a number of extra board meeting budget now, but we also have ACCT coming back. And we also have further strategic plans. So we have done some work on the PLA, just a matter of you and I can maybe discuss what that would look like.
that would look like if they
yeah.
decide when to bring
yeah.
it. Okay.
And Chair Torres, I would just say, in agreeing with what the Chancellor just said, I think as a board, there's a lot of work to do. And I'm not sure that the urgency for the PLA exists, at this point, like it might have pre-November. And so I think that, as we prioritize some of these things, I kind of see a budget review session. Obviously, we need to get through our accreditation process. We're doing strategic planning. So, we want to be good at a few things and not mediocre at a whole bunch.
I agree.
And I'm not sure that we have the urgency at this point for the PLA discussion.
So
That's just my
perhaps not the
opinion.
urgency, but just have a commitment of when we're going to have it, just like because we did say, we did publicly say that we
Yeah.
would have something in January and February. And so I do want to make sure that we honor what we say as a district, just because it's a reflection of us and the community. And so it was just a study session just to simply understand more the nuances of what it means, the PLA, just for information for the board. So out of respect, just because we did publicly say January or February. And so I know, we've had many things come our way. We've had fires, we've had just natural disasters. There's things that happened. So it doesn't have to be necessarily urgent, but it's nice to just be able to look at potentially when it can happen at some point, but we can talk later. I just wanted to make sure we.
I
have
thought of
Trustee Chesky.
I did think of the other one. We also have a Santa Paula workshop
Okay.
coming.
For the
Coming
Santa
to,
Clara Valley?
coming to a special board meeting to you soon, so,
Santa Clara Valley?
yes. Yeah,
Situation.
we did commit to a follow-up with Dr. Laredo Habib coming on board and getting her knowledge up to speed and working through some of the things that she's seen. We've had extensive conversations about that. There's a lot to talk about with the board, and there will be resources attached to that we'll want to make sure we capture in the budget process as well. There's a number, maybe there's a way to capture some of this at the same time, and we can do more than one thing in a study session. So let me think about how that might look logistically.
No, that would be great. And thank you. And that's important for us as a board to find out what are the things coming our way. So I have these things listed. So I have a study session for our budget. We have now a study session, perhaps a study session, I'm assuming, but it could be something different from the Santa Clara Valley. We have PLA. We have our strategic plan that's taking place. But the strategic plan is just something as a district, but from the board, of interest to the board. Budget study session, Santa Clara Valley, PLA, any ACCT
Accreditation, yeah.
accreditation. But that happens on its own. I mean, that's something that we need to do. These are more like the requests that we have, particularly of interest for us as a board. Because ACCT, that needs to take place, the accreditation piece,
And that report goes in March, is that correct?
in March.
And we'll get feedback by September, I assume, or will it be sooner? Okay.
March, well, the March, so this is a report. I don't know that any action will be taken. Well, their next stop will be the midterm evaluation. But the commission will meet in June. I would imagine if there's June or early July, if there's any action that they deem, I don't expect that there will be based on what I know we're reporting in the work that the board's done on this issue. I don't anticipate that, but if there were action, it would be taken in late spring, early summer.
So September, more or less.
And so for the trustees, if you haven't had a chance to respond, I know that an email did go out just to look at your calendar. So we're able to plan our next session with our consultants. And that's one of the pieces that our district team needs in order to complete the ISER that needs to be submitted to them. I'm looking at Dr. Herrera. I believe that's a piece we need to come together as a board. And so the sooner the better. So I think one of the dates was March that was presented as a possibility if trustees are available, but we can look more into the details. So with that, I kind of went into future requests for future items. So there's a couple of things we had already talked about in the past. I don't know if there's anything else, but that is something we have 20.01.
I think I don't remember which board member it was that last month mentioned, and we did this with Santa Clara River. We went to them and had a meeting there in one of their facilities, and I thought that was really powerful. And I learned, was it
Trustee Pacheski.
And I learned a lot about that community just in being there, and I thought that was really fabulous. And the discussion was, possibly holding these meetings, at locations out in our communities, maybe something that we want to ponder. I know that it's inconvenient. I know that it would look different. Dr. Watkins is probably thinking, oh my gosh, how am I going to stream from, somewhere in Oak Park or Simi Valley? But, at the same time, I think the outcome would surpass, I think, the potential issues and logistics. But it's not something that I'm asking we do. It's something that I think we should maybe have conversation about. And then I also want to say to Chair Torres, you did a very nice job in leading your first meeting today. So
Thank you.
congratulations.
Trustees, any other trustees? Future agenda items? No? Or future items? Future items. If there was any request for future items.
No, I just wanted to give an FYI. We'll be submitting a request for a report because we're pushing on, I think, close to 6 years at the solar panels. I know we've gotten a response and we're getting closer to the solar panels at Ventura College being online and some hurdles with Southern California Edison and such. But I want to put a request in there for an audit of that process to see sort of in detail what went wrong, what happened, and how we can make sure, specifically on some of the comments that came about moving forward with some of these power outages, what we can do to avoid anything like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Okay, so with this, we are going to be adjourning the meeting in honor of Simi Valley Mayor Fred Thomas, who passed away this morning. So we are adjourning the meeting, but before so, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for loving our students. Thank you very much for standing very strong in who we are as a Ventura County Community College District here in Ventura County. And so be well, be with your families. People pass away just like we saw from Mayor Fred Thomas unexpectedly. And so with that, thank you for everything that you do. And I am very much looking forward to the great work with all of our trustees here and also with everyone who's here to support our students. Thank you, everybody. We adjourn our meeting.